Mm. What's up? Yo, really? This with the frickin' hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Bro, my webcam is not working. There you go. What's up, chat? We're back at it again. You know, sorry I'm late, chat. A lot was going on. I was like, I was kind of enjoying. I was gonna say, I'm just gonna have a break for today, not stream. And then I kind of some stuff happened to ruin my break, so I'm just kind of I'm alright, I guess. I'm fair. I'm fair. We up, we chilling, so we alive. So there's nothing to complain about. But we better start streaming. We got videos up for today. I actually did stream today, but like I deleted it because it's just bullshit. But we Gucci now. We got videos and we got a guest again. Same one from yesterday. So we gonna put these Jones in our ear. Armand, you coming? Come on. If you hear some noise, actually, let me see if the what's up. Say hello to the chat.
What's up, y'all? I got a much better chair from yesterday.
Yeah, it's much better.
I had to dig deep into the garage to grab that.
Yeah. Okay, actually, it's not picking up, but I have a say something.
Hi guys. It's me, Armand.
Yeah, the goofball, the gay dude. Oh my bad. He wrote that again. Alright, I'm done with that joke. But yeah.
Breathing in the other ear.
Oh yeah. If you hear anything, it's my 3D printer going. I know you don't know that, but I have a 3D printer. But if you hear it, that's what it is. But it looks like it's not picking up. Yeah, it's not picking up.
The
Yeah.
CRT.
Let's go. Every TV screen explained in 12 minutes. I thought it'd be fun to, watch, how history, progresses and, how technology progresses. My favorite is OLED, but I don't know about QLED. Do you know about QLED?
No.
You know about 3D? Nah, I'm playing. But yeah,
The
let's go.
CRT. The very first commercial televisions of the late 1930s through the post-war boom of the 1950s were all powered by cathode ray tube,
Yeah, it's like very low here.
otherwise known as CRTs. RCA introduced one of the first widely available models in 1839 at the New York World's Fair, and for decades afterward, CRTs were the default. They defined not just living rooms, but broadcast culture itself. Everything from the moon landing to I Love Lucy came through a CRT. CRTs worked by firing electron beams onto phosphorescent glass, lighting up tiny dots that formed images. It sounds complicated, but to most families, it was just the big box in the living room. The design was bulky, so heavy you risked throwing out your back if you moved it. Families treated these TVs like furniture. Some even had decorative cabinets built around them, making the TV the hearth of the house. Still, CRTs had surprisingly crisp images for the time, with deep blacks and rich color that gamers and retro fans still swear by today.
Oh, thank you. You see that? What's that? That looks. It's a Nintendo thing. Nintendo
N64,
N64,
NES,
NES. That's
uh,
Sega Genesis, right? That's Sega.
Sega Dreamcast.
Yeah, that's the original Xbox. I know
Yeah.
that. I don't even know. Oh, that's a disc. That's a.
That gamers and retro fans still swear by today. You might remember the curved glass screen, the static shock when you got too close, and that thump sound when you turned it on. And if you ever lost signal, cue the snowstorm of static that somehow managed to be both terrifying and hypnotic. Here's the kicker. Despite their clunky looks, CRTs were incredibly reliable. Many lasted decades, far longer than today's smart TVs. In fact, some old CRTs still power on today, making them beloved among.
Cause they don't make shit like they used to, bro. Like I don't want to go on a rant and act like, I'm 1,000 years old. But what I will say is that they don't make shit like they used to. Furniture isn't the same. TVs and the same, technology isn't the same. Yes, technology is advanced, but it's also digressed in quality. That's how I feel.
Vintage collectors, but their size was their downfall. Once flat panels showed up, the days of the living room behemoth were numbered. CRTs weren't just the start of TV. They set the gold standard for picture quality that some argue we still haven't truly beaten. Projection TVs. Projection televisions emerged in the 1970s when manufacturers realized people wanted theater-sized experiences at home. Early versions were mostly used in schools and auditoriums, but by the 1980s and 90s, home models became popular. Companies like RCA and Sony sold them as luxury items for families who wanted to turn their.
They had these big ass notches in the back, bro. I used to genuinely play Madden on this old ass TV. And when I used to live with my grandma, I used to genuinely play Madden on the floor, bro. Crisscross, Madden on a projection TV, bro.
And it ran.
Yes, that shit was tough. I can't even lie. That's when she had cable and shit like that. And then she got rid of cable as soon as she got the new ass TV, and that pissed me off because I love cable. Gravity Falls, shit like that. I used to watch
basement into a mini theater.
Fish hooks. Yeah.
Projection TVs used 3 separate CRT projectors, red, green, blue, that projected images onto a mirror, which then reflected onto the front screen. The result? A massive picture that looked like a movie theater in your living room. The trade-off? You had to sit directly in front of them. Move a little off-center and the picture washed out like an old Polaroid. Brightness wasn't their strong suit either. You basically had to dim the lights like you were setting up for a date night just to see the screen clearly. And then there was the size of the cabinet itself. Projection TVs were huge, deep, boxy things that hogged half the wall. Families arranged couches around them like altars. Moving one? Forget about it. You'd need a whole squad and maybe a chiropractor on speed dial. But the size? Unmatched. If you were the house on the block with the projection TV, people wanted to come over for the Super Bowl or the new VHS release. It wasn't just about watching, it was about hosting. Projection TVs taught us the thrill of big screen viewing at home, even if it meant squinting at a washed out image half the time. Plasma TVs. Plasma TVs hit the market in the late 1990s, with Fujitsu and Pioneer leading the charge. For the first time, consumers could buy screens larger than 40 inches that weren't the size of a washing machine. By the early 2000s, Plasma was the TV of choice for high-end home theaters. Plasma screens used tiny gas-filled cells that lit up when electricity ran through them, producing vibrant colors and rich contrast. For many, Plasma was the dream TV. The picture looked cinematic, blacks were deep, and colors popped in a way CRTs couldn't match. They also had wide viewing angles, so you didn't have to fight for the good seat anymore. Suddenly, family night didn't mean someone was stuck on the floor craning their neck. The downside? burn-in. If you paused a DVD too long or left a video game HUD up for hours, you'd see ghost images burn.
Bro, that shit pisses me off. And that literally happened on my grandma's new TV.
Oh damn.
Well, it's not new anymore. That shit was like 6 years old, 7 years old,
Wow.
something like that. When did it? I don't know. It's pretty old now, but
Yeah.
it literally the ghost images, bro, and their shit is so like. I hate going over her house and watching TV over there.
Wow.
Like I used to love it. Like I used to live there, and I used to be like, yeah, cable's lit, like you know. But when I moved out and then would visit her, I hate watching TV at her fucking house.
Wow.
That TV is so ass, bro.
Into the
It's
screen.
dim as hell.
And they weren't cheap.
What's that smell? What's that smell? Oh, it's plastic.
The first plasma screens cost as much as a small car. Owning one was almost a flex, like having a luxury watch you hung on your wall. Still, plasma TVs changed living rooms. For the first time, a TV wasn't a bulky piece of furniture. It was sleek, wall-mounted art. Walking into a home with one felt like stepping into the future. Even the buzzing sound some models made became part of the charm. Plasma screens were the first TVs that actually looked cool even when they were turned off. LCD, liquid crystal display. Although LCD tech was invented in the 1960s for calculators and watches, it didn't become mainstream for televisions until the early 2000s. By 2007, LCDs outsold plasmas.
There's like always that one house that got an old ass TV, bro. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like when you go over to somebody's house, it's that one room or just that one house that all they got is one old ass TV, bro. It can be really, really, really old, or it can be just like pretty vintage, like 2007 fucking, or like a plasma TV.
Marking the first major consumer shift away from gas-based displays. Instead of glowing phosphors or plasma gas, these screens used liquid crystals that twisted to block or let through backlight. The big draw? They were thin, light, and more energy efficient than plasma. That meant manufacturers could crank out bigger screens at lower prices, making them the middle-class TV of choice.
Oh, child, I also gotta say, yesterday, when the stream ended abruptly, when I was just like sitting there in like silence for like fucking, I don't even know how long. That's another reason why I didn't get back on streaming. I was very discouraged, bro. Like, it really pissed me off. I don't know what happened, but when I tried streaming Liar's Bar, that shit bricked my laptop, bro. It bricked my whole fucking setup. Like, my whole setup just bricked it for a minute. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I had to restart it. And my, like, oh my god, my fucking setup does this. It does this thing where if you turn it off too many times, or if you put in the password too many times, it locks for 2 hours. And then I was like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm done for streaming for today. Fuck it. I've already streamed for 4 goddamn hours. I was already pretty worn out from that damn thing. Because I was still energized. I was still going to keep fucking streaming. But I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just going to stop. Because, you know, it's just, I don't know. That shit pissed me off. I'm sorry. But yeah. Yeah, I was just about to go back. I accidentally clicked it. Don't worry. I'm remembering now. I'm not going to forget.
But it wasn't all perfect. Early LCDs had motion blur. You'd watch a fast chase scene and the characters looked like ghosts trailing themselves. Blacks also look more like dark grays, making night scenes look a little washed out. And if you viewed it from the side, colors sometimes shifted like a weird tie-dye effect. Still,
yes, bro. Yes. You know, yeah. Yo, niggas said, bro. Yes, bro. I remember back in the day, bro. You could not, and even with monitors, bro. Some monitors have LCD. Yeah. I don't know if this is it. Yeah, kinda. Or like if you look to the side, bro, the shit's all of
the affordability and practicality made LCDs the TV of the 2000s. If you walked into any big box store back then, the wall of LCDs was blinding.
chat. I think we're locked in the room. What?
If I almost actually turned, almost closed my laptop.
This was also
Why did I unpause it? Forgot. All right, bro. All right, baby bro. All right, baby bro.
Stop it.
All right, baby bro.
Stop it. No.
All right, baby boy.
the era when flat screens became normal. College dorms, small apartments, even kitchens started having their own LCD TVs. LCDs weren't flawless, but they democratized flat screens. Suddenly, a big TV wasn't a luxury, it was standard. LED, light emitting diode. Technically, LED TVs are still LCDs, but with an LED backlight. Samsung popularized the term in the late 2000s, and by 2010, LEDs were outselling older LCDs with fluorescent lighting. Why did it matter? LEDs were smaller, more efficient, and allowed for thinner screens. Some models even had local dimming, where parts of the screen could dim independently, giving better contrast. To the average buyer, LED TV just sounded cooler, and the energy savings didn't hurt either. Plus, this was the era when screens started pushing into ultra slim territory. Suddenly, a 50-inch screen could hang on your wall like a painting.
That's mine.
And this was also when TV sizes got ridiculous. People went from bragging about 32 inches to needing 70-inch monsters for their living room walls. Electronic stores turned into bragging arenas, with rows of LED screens looping the same high-def footage of waterfalls or soccer games. The result? LEDs cemented the death of plasma and kept LCD tech alive long enough to dominate an entire decade. LED TVs prove that sometimes it's not about reinventing the wheel, it's about lighting it better. 3D TVs. The 3D TV craze kicked off in 2010 after the release of James Cameron's Avatar convinced everyone that the future of movies was three-dimensional. Nearly every major TV manufacturer, Sony, Panasonic, Samsung, rolled out models with 3D support. These TVs used active or passive glasses to show two slightly different images to each eye, creating a 3D effect. Problem? Nobody actually wanted to wear clunky glasses at family movie night. They were uncomfortable, easy to lose, and made you look like a rejected extra from The Matrix. Content was also limited, and regular shows looked awkward when converted into fake 3D. Gamers got a short thrill out of it, but the novelty wore off fast. Imagine trying to play Mario Kart with glasses slipping off your face. Within a few years,
Skylander. What's his name? Spyro? Is it Spyro?
manufacturers quietly stopped promoting them. 3D TVs remind us that not every next big thing in tech is meant to last. Sometimes it's just a gimmick with great PR. OLED, Organic Light Emitting Diode. OLED technology was first developed in the late 1980s.
Say LED instead of LED.
I mean, yeah, but OLED, that's just kind of dragging it out. That's why people say OLED, because it's quicker.
That's why niggas say LED too, because LED is quicker than LED.
True.
So him saying OLED. Ah!
OLED.
OLED.
By Kodak, but it didn't hit consumer television. Technology was first developed. Organic Light Emitting Diode. OLED technology was first developed in the late 1980s by
It's gonna bother bro for like the rest of the time until he stops saying
Kodak, but it didn't hit consumer televisions until LG launched the first large-scale OLED TV in 2013.
It's making me itch.
That's funny, bro.
This was the moment flat screens finally reached their promised potential. Unlike LCD or LED, OLED didn't use a backlight. Each pixel emits its own light, which means true blacks. Pixels can literally turn off. The picture quality? Stunning. Infinite contrast, incredible colors, and thinness that borders on surreal. Gamers, movie buffs, and anyone who loves tech still swear by OLED as the best picture you can buy. But perfection comes with a price. OLEDs are expensive, and early models still had the dreaded burn-in problem. Watching sports scores or news tickers could leave ghost images if left too long. Still, the hype matched reality. For the first time, these are
OLED. Fuck, no, I'm saying it. No, that's pissing me off. So OLED, no, I'm playing. So OLED TVs, if you still watch it for a long time, it'll burn in.
But most,
still.
Yeah, but most you won't recognize it because most things have screensavers now.
What?
Like if you leave a TV on for too long, or you leave your computer on for too long, it'll just put on a random screensaver, so it won't burn out. So it won't burn itself out.
Expensive, and early models still had the dreaded burn-in problem. Watching sports scores or news tickers could leave ghost images if left too long. Still, the hype matched reality. For the first time, TVs could hang on walls thinner than a smartphone. Some models even curved slightly, like futuristic art installations. And every time you turned one on, the picture felt like looking through a window into another world. OLED is the TV that finally lived up.
I'm fucking up. That shit hasn't been on in years, bro.
Jesus.
Nah, I'm playing. That shit hasn't been on
Which
in
one?
months. Well, that one.
Give me one, bro.
But I thought I was gonna use it as a monitor though. But fuck that, you can have it. Wait, why do you even want it? Why do you want it? I'm gonna throw that shit out.
It's a really good question. You already have a TV in every room. I take it back.
Because I know that if you can't use a TV as a monitor because of the pixels, and it'll get like, you know. Because monitors are made for you looking close and shit.
Now what? But what if though? What if?
Oh lord. Oh, they're gonna say something. I was waiting for you to say something. I was waiting for you to say some what if, bro. What if? That TV hasn't been on in like almost a year. That TV hasn't been on since my mom got her new TV.
Wow.
She actually got a 65-inch or 70.
That's
to decades.
One in her room, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was in her room. That small ass TV. And I took it. She was like, well, let me know when you're gonna do it. And I was like,
Oh, so just sell it.
Ain't nobody want an old ass, small ass TV though. Not will though.
Yeah, no one's collecting TVs.
Collectors,
Yeah,
niggas is collecting a fucking
yeah.
Samsung or LG TV. I need to find my remote because I don't even know where my remote is. I'm just gonna buy another one honestly. I can't even fucking find it. So.
Of hype. It's like having a movie theater screen in your house without compromise. QLED, Quantum Dot LED. Samsung introduced the first QLED TV.
Now this one's an exception for QLED since no one would want to say QLED.
Wait.
Would anyone want to say QLED?
Wait. I'm a polar bear swimming outside.
I didn't even see the image. I didn't even see the image. The mic was in the way.
Oh shit. see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh
It's because I was right here. That's why.
hell no.
Yo.
He said,
I think the camera ran out.
I'm fucking
In 2017, pushing quantum dot technology at its core, but it uses a quantum dot filter to improve color and brightness. QLEDs shine.
The computer's webcam? It's kind of crazy.
Bro, the computer's webcam is
I mean,
so
oh,
ass.
okay, yeah, I know that, but it didn't even show up as an option. That's
It
what
did.
I'm saying. No, it said no thing. Yeah.
See?
Oh, I thought that said
Fucking
no webcam.
retard.
Alright, I'm tripping.
Like dudes in here.
I thought that said no webcam.
You gotta play with it though. You gotta play with it. You gotta like finger it, fiddle with it,
I'm so
tap
sick
it,
of
make
this
sure you
game.
rev it up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
If that actually gets it to work, I'm killing myself. I was about to say. Whoa! Wait, I forgot I can't say that. Whoops.
Yeah, come on.
This is all for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
Whatever I say. I am so
gotta-
glad that the camera's not on, so they don't
You
see what
gotta,
I'm
you
doing
gotta
right now.
rev it. You gotta.
Can you
rev it.
yo?
Watch, it works. Ah, shiznit.
I don't think that's working.
I think that is working. You gotta rev it up, right? Watch. See, you gotta just. Yeah.
Stop.
No, we gotta make it work. Gotta make it work. See, and then just
This is sounding so out of context right now.
yeah.
Just wait a few seconds, dude.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna
One.
wait.
2, 3. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought that said no webcam.
This is virtual camera. Bro.
I'm gonna go get my glasses.
Yeah, good boy. Get your glasses. Yeah, I'll be right back. Bro, it's getting worse now. Now I have to like hit that real sweet spot. You gotta like hit that sweet spot. Oh yeah. What the hell are you doing? Honestly, you gotta hit that sweet spot real talk. Is our camera still like turned on so it's like they can see us fiddling with it? What the hell? What? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? Why?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yak, chat. Okay.
Shine in brightness, making them perfect for living rooms with tons of natural light. They're also more resistant to burn-in than OLED, which is why sports fans.
Oh, say, can you see by the light? Oh, da, da, Thank you.
Boop. I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Fans and casual viewers love them. And now we're seeing hybrids like mini LEDs, micro LEDs, and even rollable OLED screens that disappear into furniture. Some TVs double as digital art displays, blending into walls when turned off. Others promise holographic effects or screens that bend and fold. The future isn't just about how TVs look turned on, it's about what they can do when they're off. Imagine your TV rolling down into a soundbar or doubling as a massive interactive display. The possibilities sound more like sci-fi every year. QLED and its cousins prove the screen wars aren't over. They've just moved into a new
What?
Every 90s snack.
Where? No, fuck that. We're gonna drop again.
Oh boy.
This is the one I was talking about. We're using a goddamn hotel.
Wow.
All right. He actually got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. So this is the video.
What?
If you pay close attention, you might have noticed that I'm not in my normal lair. The audio levels are getting wacky. What's going on here? So, it seems like the mic is a bit on the fritz here, so I got you with that Decepticon intro. I could edit it out, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, I just saw the big news. Little man going to the big house. Jack Doherty got arrested. You ever seen a grown man hit the hot dog?
Why does bro look like that?
I didn't even see the face you made and I knew it was crazy.
He looked so goddamn confused. Like he looked like you arrested me?
I don't think it looked like what's his name? That goes to our school.
Don't say his name.
Okay. No, not him. I meant
No, they both look like it. They both look like
no.
it.
The first one's not. Whoa, why the hell did I say blonde? Like, he doesn't have dark hair like that though.
Lean back?
Yeah.
Lean back does have brown hair. Okay, no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't have dark. He doesn't have hair.
He has lighter hair. He has lighter hair.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Like he genuinely was like, wait, you arresting me? Like I'm going to jail? Like, bro.
Yep. Jack Doherty in jail. Jack Doherty in jail. Barbecue chicken alert. Oh my God, what amazing news. So yeah, the astute observers out there, you noticed I'm not in my normal dungeon, my normal troglodyte cave-dwelling ways. I'm right now at a hotel. I said Once Upon a Time in Hollywood isn't my favorite film, so I've had to go into hiding. That audio solution I cooked up there wasn't a whole lot better, so I'm going to try this. I'm talking to you through here, but I'm looking at you through here. Isn't that incredible? The 21st century technology capabilities we have, mind-boggling stuff. Anyway, I'm here in Orlando at the Vans Warped Tour. We're partnered with the Vans Warped Tour here at Cheeky, so we have a big booth set up. If you're here, feel free to come stop by, get some free soap, win some soap, or just go to usecheeky.com and buy yourself some soap. We got a solo leveling collab that just came out. Best soap in the universe. But anyway, I peeled myself away from the event so I could come in here into this nice, wonderful dojo and just yap about some great news I just found out about Jack Doherty going to the Slammer. It is incredible stuff. When I saw the headlines, it reminded me of that feeling I got when I first received a text from a girl inviting me to stay the night. Butterflies in my stomach and a little bit of cum in my pants.
He's not wrong.
This is a great day. So let's go ahead and look at the arrest footage together.
I'm gonna say that as loud as I possibly can. Actually, I take that back.
No, say it.
I think I'll take that.
Say it.
Come in your pants.
He's not wrong.
And then we'll dive a bit more into the spaghetti and the meatballs about what actually unfolded to lead to such a miraculous series of events.
What? No.
I'm going. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got him. Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up. Yo, back up. Yo. We're going. Back up.
Chill. Let's settle it down.
I got him.
Series of events.
What? No.
I'm going. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got him. Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up. Yo, back up. Yo. We're going. Back up.
Chill. Let's settle it down.
Balls about what actually unfolded to lead to such a miraculous series of events.
What? No.
I'm going. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither. Back up. I'm just saying I got him. Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up. Yo, back up. Yo. We're going. Back up.
Chill. Let's settle it down. Go to the sidewalk now.
To lead to such a miraculous series of events.
What? No.
I'm going. I got him. Hey, yo, you don't want to go neither.
Not his security guard still trying to save him, bro. Get the fuck out of here. You can get arrested too. Hope you don't drop the soap. Actually, he will be the one slapping the soap out of niggas' hands.
That's crazy.
Real talk. What are you doing?
I was just fixing it. I'm just saying I got it.
Back up. Don't worry about it. Back up.
Yo,
Back up.
yo. Where you going? You back?
Chill. Go to the sidewalk now.
Yo, don't piss me off. Hey, Chad, what do I do in this situation? What do I do in this situation? Like, I already see it.
Go to the sidewalk now. You want to go with him?
You want to be fucking funny.
Go to the sidewalk now.
You want to be funny. You can't get on the street. Go on the fucking street. I know who the fuck you think you are, bro. No, you're fucking not. Like, after I fucking do this, who the fuck are you, bro?
I was trying to walk up the street.
Doesn't matter, bro.
You try to lock up the stream or something?
All you had to do was get in the fucking sidewalk. That's it. You want to be fucking funny. That's it, bro.
Free JD. Free JD. You're great.
Everything gotta be some goddamn content, man.
What? No.
If that doesn't put a smile on your face and
Was charged with possession of controlled.
Yo.
Oh. That was weed. I thought it was like fucking coke or something. Cause isn't his girlfriend he was a meth head or some shit like that?
nothing will. That would make even the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes seeing that arrest footage there. The officer repeating, "Who the fuck are you?" right to Jack Dorkey's little face there. I know that was soul crushing. That was a dagger. That was a wooden stake through the vampire's heart. Hearing the officer just bitch on him like that in the arrest footage. But yeah, anyway, Sack Dorkey here, 22, which by the way, what a brutal existence being 22 years old and looking like that. Goober still looks like he puts his teeth under his pillow waiting for the tooth fairy to leave him a quarter. I wouldn't be surprised if this dude's asking for the coloring sheets at restaurants that he pays visits to. Even his mugshot. He looks like he's posing for the middle school yearbook or something. This guy just super sucks, and he literally looks like a baby man. It's got to be awful. It's actually just got to be truly terrible. But anyway, he was charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession of marijuana, and resisting an officer without violence, according to the online booking records. The charging records accused Doherty of possessing amphetamine as well. So it's all drug charges. I haven't passed the bar, so I don't know how serious all of this is. All I'm saying is I think we can pump these numbers up a little bit here, get some more charges on the books here. I think it requires a further investigation. There's a good chance he was transporting uranium-235 in his prison wallet. All I'm saying is we've got to take a peek. I definitely think there's some more charges we can find to slap on there for sure. Maybe there's some rumors of Jack Dorkey looking to steal the Declaration of Independence for some content. The Miami Beach Police Department remains steadfast in its commitment to maintain public safety and order throughout the city regardless of celebrity status, is what the agency said in response to all this. It's very cute that they say celebrity status because Jack is not a celebrity. He is a knuckle sandwich magnate. I guess he's very popular for eating fists, but he's not really a celebrity per se. He's just this public spittoon everyone likes to take turns spitting on. The department will continue to take proactive enforcement against action against behavior that endangers residents, visitors, or officers and will hold all individuals accountable under the law. As for the series of fortunate events that led to this, apparently him and the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse were blocking traffic, but since Jack is the leader of the Goof Troop, he wanted to take things a bit further and flew a bit too close to the sun like Icarus here. Around 3:12 a.m. Saturday, Miami Beach police officers were conducting a high visibility detail when a group of individuals entered the roadway from the east sidewalk into northbound lanes. A man from the group, identified as Doherty, separated from them and attempted to engage officers to create video content, positioning himself in the middle of the roadway with passing vehicle.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, you look at me like that.
Are you fucking serious?
Dude, watch
On
out.
stream? On
Jack
stream?
Doherty got
Really?
arrested.
On
Jack
stream.
Doherty got
On
arrested.
stream.
Jack Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested.
On
Jack
stream.
Doherty got arrested.
On
Jack
stream.
Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. Arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested. Jack Doherty got arrested.
Traffic and creating a significant safety hazard. I just can never understand. I can't wrap my noodle around Jack's persistence to like try and present himself as a tough guy, where he's even gonna puff his chest out at police officers and then hide behind his security. That's become his like go-to strategy. That is his anime finishing move. He causes a ruckus and then hides behind his much larger men that are paid to protect him. Like
It's the fact that bro is really trying to protect you. Hey, I got him. Hey, he's with me. Like, shut your stupid ass up. You can get arrested too.
The people that are paid to put up with him are the ones that he just tries to hide behind while slinging insults and just being a douchebag. And that did not fly here with the officers. So in an effort to clip farm here by, I don't know, trying to be a big man on the officers and then hide behind the security guards, he ends up getting arrested and then charged with a lot of ancillary drug charges as well that they happen to found. So they began issuing multiple commands to get him off the roadway, but he kept refusing. Even his group was apparently urging him to comply, like they were tugging on his nipples, like, Jack, come on, we gotta get back there, please.
I hope that's just one of Moist Critical's crazy things to say and not
Please.
real.
But he was just so fixated on trying to get just a crumb of attention out of all of this for his god-awful content. They continue warning him that he would be arrested if he continues. And his response was apparently, once I'm done with this bet, which is a fucking stupid bet in the first place, just go play in traffic. That bet is someone hoping that you'll get yourself killed. And Jack doesn't realize that. Miami Beach police safely apprehended him in the middle of the road. And due to his deliberate refusal to follow lawful orders and...
I know this is random, bro, but remember when hoverboards were popping off? I miss hoverboards. I want to buy another one.
Continue to obstruct traffic. They then searched his person, found half an orange oval-shaped pill with 3 imprints on it, consistent with Schedule 2 amphetamine, as well as a black plastic container holding 3 hand-rolled suspected cannabis cigarettes weighing approximately 4 grams.
Look at our 3D printed chat.
Combined. So they got him. That's enough to put him away there for a little bit. They posted his bond. I don't know if he's made bail or not yet. I'd always heard rumors that Jack actually doesn't have any money left, and since I haven't read anything about him being bailed out, maybe that's very true. Maybe all of his money goes into drugs and his security guards to hide behind. I don't know. What I do know, though, is that this is a feel-good story. This is one of those things that's gonna make you smile, and I think that's a wonderful thing. Jack, this might actually be the best thing he's ever done. They were saying that he was doing this as like a joke or something earlier, but he's never made a good joke in his life until today. The closest thing he'd come to making me laugh in the past was when he crashed his McLaren, but this one was special. He had me giggling, so thank you, Jack. The only thing I wish is that you would wait.
Yeah, maybe if you didn't get a goddamn stupid-ass chair with no armrest.
There's no other chairs.
Damn. You put it up here, because I'm comfortable like this.
I'm not.
Is that good?
No.
I just cap you, gay man. All right,
I'm gonna be in the damn pose like the monkey rage baiting the lion.
Why did I recreate that? That was tough. Damn. Stop coughing. Oh, hell no.
I choked on my spit.
For me to get home so I could properly make a video about this instead of having to just, come together and haphazardly throw some shit here to try and make something on it. If you don't mind, when you do get out of jail, could you do it?
It's not a good stream if the mic don't fall, bro. It's not a good stream if the mic don't fall. Yo, this stream.
It's not a good stream until the mic falls.
Again, please, an encore performance and go back, so that way I can do it from my comfortable home setup instead of this. But anyway, thanks again, Miami Police Department, for arresting Jack Doherty. Great stuff. Excellent work, officers. And Jack, fuck you. Good stuff. Just wanted to share this with everyone. All right, I'm going back to the Vans Warped Tour. That's about it. See ya.
Good video. Good boy, Moist Critical. Anyway. Okay, next video. Sneaking out put me in the hospital. Oh, hell no.
Oh, wow.
I thought he named it something else, but
What, nigga, fall off the damn street?
these are all the
this damn
videos
window
we're
or
gonna
something?
be doing. I'm just deleting.
When you're
them.
whoa. When your gooning gets leaked. All right, I don't think I want to watch that one.
I don't know. This wasn't even supposed to be a video, but we'll watch it. I didn't even finish it, so.
What's good, everybody? Austin here, or Luna. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Saturday. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend so far. My day's going pretty good.
Is there any way
Yeah,
to
it's going good. Woke up at like 2 p.m.
No, I mean like
Is there any way we could
I meant just,
change
like,
the
off
goddamn
the-
quality? Jack Doty got arrested.
I
PM,
meant,
you know,
like,
kind of
in the actual volume settings.
Why?
I still think it's pretty low.
chilled, played some Arc Raiders. Now I'm here making a video.
Bro.
Just ate some pizza
it's-
too. I've been having a pretty chill Saturday. Hope you guys
'Cause I
are
wanna
having the
hear- I want them
same,
to
or
hear
if
my voice too.
it's not chill, hopefully it's fun, it's
Our voice.
cool.
You can lower the
But
volume on
today's
OBS.
story time.
Yo, Jack
takes
Doty
place on
got
a Saturday.
arrested.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was thinking about it. I was like laying down today, and I was like, hey, it's Saturday, and I have this story that took place on a Saturday many years ago. I should tell it. I hope you enjoy it. Leave a like on the video if you do, and yeah, man, let's just get into it. So today's story time all takes place 9 fucking years ago. Yeah, long time ago, man.
See, if I
9
do
years
this-
ago,
Ah!
I was in my room on
Oh,
a Saturday night
shit.
doing absolutely nothing. I remember I had nothing to do. I was just playing Xbox, chilling, doing jack shit, right? And one of my friends hits me up. We'll call his friend Jack, okay? Jack hits me up. Now, Jack is somebody I've been friends with for many years, and I am still friends with to this day. I met him in 3rd grade, so yeah, we've been friends for a very long time. And Jack was like literally the same person as me. I don't think I've met a friend to this day that I've had more in common with than Jack. So yeah, Jack hits me up one second, and I am still friends with to this day. I met him in 3rd grade, so yeah, we've been friends for a very long time. And Jack was like literally the same person as me. I don't think I've met a friend to this day that I've had more in common with than Jack. So yeah, Jack hits me up one Saturday night 9 years ago when I had nothing to do, and he goes, "Yo, man, what?"
You
Besides,
okay,
you
chat,
just
chat.
said-
You see this
you
is rage
just-
bait, right?
You
This
just
is
said
rage
it was
bait.
comfortable the way you
This
had
is
it.
this is rage bait.
Alright, not fine. Fine.
No, no,
alright,
no,
this
no,
is
no.
not good
You
enough.
can be right there because it's comfortable for me, and I hope it's comfortable for you. What I'm saying is, it's my armrest. This is my office chair. Not even office chair, it's my gaming chair. I hate this chair, but it's cool. My chair, but he's mad. He's mad that he can't borrow my goddamn armrest. You know what? Get off of it, punk. You want? Yeah. You can. Okay, you can have it now. You can have a little bit.
Okay. I don't care where it's at, dude. We're both just chill guys.
Yeah, but in reality, we're both. Jack Doty got arrested. No.
What are you up to tonight? Now I respond and I say nothing because I literally had nothing to do. And he's like, you want to do something tonight? And I was down. I was really, really down. But there was one problem. One small, teeny tiny, well, not so teeny tiny problem. I was grounded. Yeah, I was not allowed to leave the house. I was grounded for a month. And you're probably wondering, Austin, what'd you do? That's a story time for another time. I haven't told that story yet either. I probably should have just did both at once, but you know, so be it. I think the story time stands good on its own anyway. But yeah, I was grounded for a month for some shit that I'll talk about soon. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow or something. So yeah, that was my dilemma. I was grounded, and I texted Jack back, and I was like, yeah, man, I'm grounded. Don't know if I can. And he's like, bro, just sneak out. Now, guys, I had snuck out many times before this. I knew how to do it. I could do it probably fine. But the thing is, if I got caught sneaking out, I would get even more grounded. I would go from being grounded for a month to probably being grounded for like 3 months. And that would suck balls. So I responded to him and I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea, man. I can't lie. Like, probably not. And he's like, bro, come on. Like, just for an hour. Let's just hang out tonight for an hour. And he was kind of like being the devil on my shoulder type shit. Like, he like was really trying to convince me to do some shit that might get me in trouble. And I fell for it. I was like, you know what, man? Why not? An hour, it won't kill me. I'll be fine. I won't get caught. Like, I'm good at sneaking out. I'll be fine. It'll be cool, right? So I told him, sure, why not? He was like, fuck yeah, man. Like, this is going to be awesome. This is going to be great. And I was like, all right, man, when do you want to hang out? And he's like, later tonight, probably at like 1 or 2 a.m. I was like, what the fuck? 2 a.m.? Like, why not at like 12 or like 11? And Jack proceeds to tell me that he is also grounded and he also has to sneak out. So that is why we had to wait till 1 or 2 a.m. because his parents didn't go to sleep till around then. My parents went to sleep a lot earlier. My mom was
Oh, you're gonna go back to his goddamn fail
because his parents didn't go to sleep till around then. My parents went to sleep a lot earlier. My mom was in bed every night by like 10:30. Very rarely was she awake very late. The only time she would stay up late is if it was like summertime. Sometimes she would, or if she had a suspicion that I was going to be sneaking out or something. So Yeah, she was going to bed pretty early on this night, but we had to wait because, yeah, my friend's parents didn't go to bed till like 1 or 2. So like 2 a.m. rolled around later that night, and it was go time. Now, me sneaking out, it was pretty easy, I can't lie. And before I continue, don't sneak out, obviously. Do not be like young teenager Luna. He was an idiot. But yeah, anyway, 2 a.m. rolled around, and I started to sneak out. And it would pretty much go the same way every time. I would just go and get my backpack. I'd get my charger in case my phone died while I was out. I would get my wallet, and I'd put on some shoes and a hoodie, and I would jump out my window. Yeah, I would just open my window and jump out that bitch. It's not like jumping out the window was very hard for me because literally my room was like ground level, so I could just literally open the window and step out onto the grass. It was very easy. So yeah, I left out my window, I closed it quietly, and I left my house. And I can't lie, I was feeling some mixed emotions. On one hand, I was pretty nervous, I can't lie, because if my mom caught me, I would be fucked. But number 2, I was excited because I wanted to hang out with Jack, and Jack was my homie. So anyway, fast forward like 20 minutes, I had to walk like a mile and a half to this playground to meet Jack. We met at this like creepy ass abandoned playground, like so fucking creepy, so weird in the middle of the night. Like definitely not the vibe to be hanging out with your friends at this place. It was very creepy. But after we met up there, we left because we didn't want to stay there. It was fucking creepy. And we walked another mile into the town, and we just started walking around aimlessly around the town at night. And I can't lie, man, it was kind of a vibe. I can't lie. Everything was closed and there was nothing to do, but that's what kind of made it cool. I don't know, like I always like walking around cities at night when everything's shut down and just like looking around and like seeing the lights and the streets empty. I don't know, it's just kind of cool to me. I like seeing stuff empty. That's probably why I had an obsession with abandoned buildings when I was a teenager and I always snuck into them. So anyway, me and Jack end up walking around for about 30-40 minutes around the town, just doing nothing, just walking around doing Jack shit. No pun intended, his name's Jack. But we walked around for quite a while, and we started getting a little bit bored. I can't lie. Definitely started getting a little bit bored. And I can't lie, I really couldn't think of shit to do. I was pretty much out of ideas other than just, walking around aimlessly. And Jack ends up coming up with an idea that I thought was a really cool idea and a really bad idea. Jack goes, yo, I know how to get on the roof of a building near here. Do you want to do it? It's got a sick view. Now, getting on the roof of a building sounded kind of cool because, sick view and nighttime and lights and stuff, it'd probably look really awesome for pictures. But on the other hand, if we got caught on the roof of a building in the middle of the night by like the police or something, we could really get in a shit ton of trouble. We could get like trespassing charges or like just, some sort of charges that would not be good for us. So I was kind of hesitant when he first brought it up. I was like, I don't know, man, like it's probably...
Shut up! They caught you in the 5-knuckle shot! Yo, this is not real, bro. Hey, one more time, baby boy. I'm on one more time, baby boy. Ah, god damn it. God damn it.
What? God damn, bro.
In the corner of my eye, all I see is nigger this, nigger that.
The hell did I flinch at here?
Okay, one more time, try it. Dude, it's like, if I jiggle it on you, if I jiggle in it. Yo, 5-knuckle shuffle, bitch.
That's really what you were giving your goddamn or why do I keep saying microphone? Your camera.
Oh, not giving my camera the 5-knuckle shuffle. I don't know what you're yapping about, sir.
Wait, so how do you fix the delay then?
It's like, see, like, it says here, like, stream delay is like, it's like, you like dudes?
Where? Oh. Well, it's not 1 second, I'll give you that.
Are we gonna test it out?
Not the best idea. Like, what if we get...
Are we Gucci?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so...
This is my...
1. Oh yeah, 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7!
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Nah, you just didn't count correct, nigger.
4.
And brother.
That was 24 seconds. How is that longer?
No. 3. Alright, we got it.
Right.
BAM!
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7!
9, 10, 11, 12.
Alright, come the fuck on, nigga. Why is my stream so damn delayed?
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Ah!
caught. And then he was just confident that we would not get caught. He was like, bro, we'll be fine. I've done this shit like 15 times, never been caught. I don't think the owners of the building even give a
Where are
fuck.
my mods?
And I was like, which building is it? And he's like, it's the library. So yeah, we had this like 3 or 4 story library in my town that was very tall. So when he said the library, I was like, what the fuck? How do you get up there? Like, that's tall. Now I started getting kind of scared because I was like, bro, I don't like heights that much. I can handle like a small roof or like, you know, a balcony or something. But the top of a tall building and climbing up it sounds kind of terrifying. And Jack's like, bro, don't worry. Like, there's a ladder. It's enclosed. There's a fire escape we go up. And like, if you fall, there's many levels of fire escape to land on. Like, you're not going to fall down and die or something. Like, you'll be okay. And I was like, all right, man, fuck it. I'll do it. But one time only. I'm not doing this ever again after tonight. He's like, bro, you won't regret this. You're going to think it's so cool. You'll want to do it again. Trust me. And I was like, all right, bro, we'll see. So me and Jack started walking to the library in our town. And upon getting there, we walked around to the back side of it where there was this like fire escape / ladder thing.
I didn't hear you.
I thought I messed it up. I'm not gonna lie to you. It literally touched the wire. It grazed the wire.
To the wire, to the living, to the wall.
And Jack was full of shit because this ladder was so sketchy. It was not enclosed either. Like, you could easily fall off of it back first. There was only like 1 fire escape or 2. So if you fell, you would still probably break a shit ton of bones or die. And it just looked sketch. It looked very, very sketch and not like what Jack was describing. So immediately when I saw this, I was like, dude, you lied to me. And he's like, bro, just trust me. Trust yourself. You can climb a ladder, man. You got this. Go first. I'll be right behind you in case you fall. And I was like,
sorry, guys. Why do you keep laughing? I'm gonna literally do it again. Apologize. And I might be okay with it.
I'm sorry, Master. Please don't make me pick cotton again.
Yo, do you hear this stupid ass, bro?
He's trying to make me pick cotton, and I'm so sorry, Master.
What are you yapping about?
I don't want to pick cotton.
Shut up!
all right, man. And I started climbing up the ladder. Now, let me stop real quick. If a friend of yours ever takes you to a sketchy building in the middle of the night with a sketchy ladder and he wants you to climb the roof, don't do it, obviously. Okay, anyway, back to the story. I started climbing this ladder, and it was terrifying. I can't lie. You know how they say don't look down when you're like going up something high? Yeah, I kept looking down, and that shit was fucking terrifying. And every like step I took on the ladder, I just kept looking down and getting higher and higher up and freaking myself out more and more. But guess what? I got to the top without hurting myself. I got to the top. I made it. I was good. And Jack was not kidding. Upon getting
everything he said from 1 to 824 right now. Everything.
Okay, I can't do it.
No, quote it by word for word. Okay, then
it.
you weren't listening.
I can
No.
summarize
to the top of this roof, this shit had one of the coolest views I've ever seen in my life. You could overlook the entire town, the whole city. You could see for miles. It was one of the tallest buildings in our town, so it was pretty cool to be up there and like see the whole like city and shit. It was awesome. Now, shortly after I got up there, Jack also got up there, and we were both just up there admiring the view. And he looked over at me and he's like, bro, aren't you glad you did it? Isn't it fucking sick up here? And I was like, yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty awesome. He's like, fuck yeah, dude. But then I started to think, and I'm like, wait a minute, now I have to get down. And for some reason, the thought of getting down freaked me out even more. So like 2 minutes into being up there, I was like, yo, I'm ready to go. He's like, bro, we just got up here. Like, come on. I'm like, dude, nah, like, let's just leave. He's like, bro, no. Give us like 5 minutes up here. Enjoy the view a little bit. Chill out. Everything's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. Like, relax, bro. So I did. I chilled. I stayed up there for about 5, maybe 10 minutes, and we looked around, admired the view. And finally, I was like, all right, man, let's go. And he's like, all right, man. And right after he says that, and we turn around to start going towards the ladder, all of a sudden, we see 3 cop cars with their sirens on start driving down the street we're on in front of the library. Now, obviously, me and Jack start to freak out. We're like, oh, shit, they can't see us up here. Like, if they see us, we'll get in trouble. So we drop down to, like, our knees, and we, like, duck our heads so that, like, the cops drive by and don't see us. And luckily, they didn't. They drove by, and we were fine. And Jack proceeded to get on the ladder and start climbing down. I waited till he was far enough down, and then I started climbing down. And I just started to go down the ladder without looking down and freaking myself out. And I can't lie. I got about halfway through with no problems, and I thought, okay, this is good. This is great. Like, we're chilling. When all of a sudden, I hear someone in the distance scream, "Hey, what are you boys doing?" And I look to my right, and I see a man running down the alleyway, like in between these buildings where the library was, wearing a security vest, and I see a security car parked behind him. I didn't know that this plaza we were in, these buildings, like this like little complex of buildings, had security. And I don't think Jack did either, because he looked up at me looking fucking terrified, and he goes, "Yo, jump." And he proceeds to jump off the ladder and just fall the rest of the way. And he was far enough down to where he didn't hurt himself. Like, he was fine. He just took the fall and just ran. But I was still pretty high up, and I thought, shit, I have two choices right now. I climb down, and the security guard runs up to me and catches me, or I go for the jump and pray I don't get hurt. Now, the right thing to do would have been to climb down, but my dumbass chose to jump. And I jumped, and I proceeded to fall on my leg sideways, completely rolled my ankle. It sounded like I heard a snap, and I fell onto my shoulder and hurt the fuck out of myself. Now, I can't lie, that shit hurt really bad. And I mean really fucking bad. Like, I remember, like, sitting there on the ground and just being like, yo, I'm, like, in pain. This sucks.
Bro, I don't care if
But
you're
I
in
saw the
pain.
security guard
You
running
don't
at
go
me full
start
speed and
dancing,
telling me
I'm
not to
sorry.
move. And it made me so scared and so freaked out that I just blocked out
Harrison?
all the paint up on my legs, and I just started running. I started following
What's
Jack
up?
and running
If you in the-
behind him.
if you in the
Meanwhile,
chat,
behind me, all I hear is the
come
security
on,
guard going,
type in
"Hey,
chat.
stop
Oh, we got
running,
another
stop
person. What's
running."
up, bro?
Meanwhile, Jack's yelling back to this dude while
If
we're
you in the
running. He's
chat,
like,
if
"Oh,
you
I'm
in
not
the
stopping,
chat,
bro. I'm not stopping." And
type
we fucking
up, type
ran
up.
probably a
What's
good
up, Air
3
Snake
miles.
6?
I'm not kidding. This dude chased us for
Oh,
so
sorry.
fucking long,
already know
man.
that's Armand,
Every time
bro.
I turn around, he
Armand
was just
typed
still
in,
running.
'cause
This
he
was
has a
not one of those
crush.
security guards like Paul Blart. This dude actually had endurance and actually had like athletic ability, not no Segway
That's
shit. He was like
when
running.
I get my
and he was
cousin.
fit. So he kept up for quite a minute. It was probably one of the longest chases I've ever been on, and the closest I've ever came to getting caught. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it was fucking terrifying, dude. Like, every time I turn around, this dude would just get closer and closer, and then like I'd get a lead on him by a little bit, and then I'd turn around and he'd start gaining on me again, and like it just felt like I was
You're in the
never gonna
chat.
escape him, bro. It was crazy. But finally,
up,
after
type
probably 2 to
up.
3 miles, right? Like maybe 3, probably around 3.
Damn, I
it
gotta
felt like
fix that
around 3.
today.
He finally gave
Had
up,
delays,
turned
like,
around, and
genuinely
went back to his
tragic.
security car. I can't believe he didn't do that sooner. He left that thing with the doors open on, just in that alleyway. Like, he's lucky some dude didn't come along and steal it. Actually, I don't know if that happened or not, because I never saw the dude again. For all I know, someone could have stole his car. Anyway, after we lost the security guard, me and Jack still kept running for quite a while until we were like far enough away till we're like we really lost him, you know, till we knew for sure like he wouldn't find us. And we ended up sitting down on this bench and just like catching our breath. And Jack looks over at me, and that was fucking insane. And I was like, yeah. And right when I said yeah, I felt like
Back to
all
one
the
viewer.
pain come back, like flowing through my
What's
body
up,
from the
whoever's in the
fall.
view?
And I was like,
Whoever's
dude,
watching the stream,
I feel
come
like
on.
shit. And he's like, bro, you took the craziest
watched
fall
the
I've ever
stream?
seen. That shit was hard. Like, I think you broke something. I was like, me too, man. He goes,
Shit,
bro, it
said,
sounded
"I
like something
am." All right,
snapped.
so here's-
And I was like, you're not helping, bro. You're not helping at all. Like, I'm fucking terrified right now. Stop freaking me out. He's like, all right, bro, you'll probably be fine. Like, you're probably good. And I was like, sure.
At 50
Because, guys, I don't like
50
hospitals.
XP.
Okay? I don't like going to the
Thank
hospital.
you.
It scares
Thank
me.
you,
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I
86.
don't think anybody loves the hospital. But,
Harrison
like,
86.
I don't know. I
All
just...
right, just quick shout out. Harrison 86 is this guy over here. You know, he does YouTube videos, streams, you know, pornos, you know, all of it. So if you want, and he also writes all my jokes. So if you want to ban him, please go to that account right there. He texts it twice. It's his account, Harrison_86. Follow him, subscribe to him, and also ban him if you want to ban me. If you want to ban me, ban him. If you want to rob me, rob him. I'm sorry, I'm stealing the Reggie thing and shit like that.
Something
Yeah.
about it. It freaks me out. Being in there freaks me out. Every time I had to go,
Jesus! Like,
it scares
fuck
me.
outta here.
I feel like that's a pretty normal human response to that. Yeah, the thought of going to the hospital and seeing if I had a broken bone freaked me out. So I ended up just like limping home with Jack to my house. He like walked me home because at this point I was in a lot of pain. I think the adrenaline just kind of wore off and I felt really shitty. So yeah, he helped me walk home. Luckily, nothing else happened on the way back to my house. He walked me back, and like no one else saw us, like any security guards or any police or anything. And we got back to my house. I opened my window. I crawled through it. Jack whispered, he's like, all right, man, like, I'm going to head out of here.
What?
I have no idea. Really searched up what does 6-7 mean.
No, I never said that. I never searched that up. Real fucking talk. I never searched that shit up. What are you talking about? I never searched this up, bitch. Bitch, I never searched this up. So don't even disrespect me like that.
God damn, bro.
Ranks, viewers,
Hey, I'm number 1. Let's go. I'm number 1.
Hey! Hey!
I need to
You
make
did it,
it.
nigga. You're number 1.
God damn it. Nigga, you did it. You're number 1. I don't think I'm about to say that.
Back!
word,
We back! What? Oh my god, no. My shouting turned it off. My shouting turned it off. My shouting turned it off. My shouting turned it. What's up? It's Dashy. Another reason.
I think it was you stomping on the floor. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I was using that as an example. Ow.
You did it though, retard.
Oh. Oh.
Don't fuck it up
Oh.
anymore. My webcam has been through enough already.
No reason.
Ranks viewers based on their participation. Hey, keep typing. You might be the best. You might be the GOAT. You number 1. You number 1. I'm sorry.
Here.
Hey,
Hey,
just
bro,
show
have
one
a
more
good night.
time,
I'll
bro.
text you tomorrow. I'm like, all right, bro, sounds good. And he turns around and he leaves back to his house. He didn't live too
You
far
can't
from
do it
me.
to me, though, 'cause I'm the GOAT.
And yeah, I made it home without
And
getting
also, I don't
caught,
have it.
right?
I don't have it.
And I
Do
thought,
it.
okay, I'm going to go to sleep.
Do it
Hopefully
anyhow.
tomorrow I'll wake up and I'll feel a lot better and my body won't hurt as much and I'll be good. And I woke up the next day and I was in so much more pain. My entire like side hurt where I took the fall, my shoulder hurt really bad, and my ankle and like foot was swollen as fuck. And I was like, oh shit. And I knew I had to go to the doctor.
You like it, I like it.
So I had to get up and I limped over to my mom's room and I was like, hey mom, I think I need to go to the doctor. And she was like, what happened? And I showed her my foot and my ankle and she was like, oh yeah, that's swollen. You gotta go. And she took me straight to the hospital, dude. I want to go to like an urgent care or something, you know, because like they do x-rays there sometimes. And I thought maybe they could like take a look at it. But she just took me straight to the ER because she was so scared at how swollen it was. And I had to wait for like 4 hours to get into a room. And finally they got me back there. And I talked to a doctor. And he comes in the room and my mom's sitting right there. And he's like, what happened? How'd you hurt yourself? And my mom's like, yeah, I've been asking him that same thing. He won't tell me. And she wasn't kidding. She was asking me like the whole way to the hospital, like what happened. I just kept saying I fell. I said I fell in the kitchen and I slipped. But she didn't believe me. She was like, that's not true. Like, that's a really, really fucked up ankle. Like, what'd you do? Were you skateboarding or something? And I was like, no, mom, I fell. I just slipped and fell. And I was lying to her like a dumbass. But yeah, when the doctor came in and he asked, my mom looked at me and was kind of giving me that look of like, tell the fucking truth, Austin. What happened? What really happened? And I can't lie, man. I just told the truth. I was like, look, I was climbing a ladder and I fell off and I hurt myself.
Is that gonna be your name for like ever? You think? You think that's like that's long term?
Probably not. I mean, I've had it for a long time, but
Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
there's gonna be a point where I'm gonna want to change it, and I'll.
Oh
Find
yeah, you should
better.
change it now. Cause that shit's ass. Not playing. I really don't care. Your
No.
shit is ass, but I don't.
He's like, a ladder? What kind of ladder? And I was like, a fire escape ladder. And then my mom gives me this
I think
look of
Pixel
like,
Go is gonna be
what
the
were you
best.
doing last night?
Not forever.
And she starts asking questions. She's like,
Well, I
where
think
were
it
you
should be
recently?
forever
Like, why were you on a
because you
fire
should really
escape
change
ladder?
the
Why are you
rating.
climbing a
People are
ladder?
gonna, like, who is
And
gonna
I don't know
get forever.
why, but I just was in so much pain and just so over how I felt that I just told the whole truth. I was like, yeah, mom, I'm sorry. I snuck out. I snuck out with Jack last night.
Snuck out with
We
Jack-
climbed the roof of this building to like see a cool view. And when we were going down the ladder, some security guard was coming up to us, trying to chase us. And I jumped down to try and, get off the ladder quick. And I fell. The way I jumped, I like turned sideways and I landed on my ankle and my shoulder, and it was just not good. And my mom, I think because I was honest with her, was actually really chill about it. I remember she was like, okay, we'll talk about that later. For now, I just want you to be better. I just want to make sure you didn't break anything. And the doctor's like, all right, well, that's why I'm here. And he ends up ordering a bunch of tests. I had to get like an x-ray on my ankle and like my foot. I had to look at like my ribs and like my shoulder because I landed like on my side after I fell on my ankle. And yeah, I just had to do a shit ton of different like x-rays and stuff like that. And then after that, I had to do a shit ton of waiting because at the hospital, you know, the doctors have to bounce around each patient, make sure everyone's okay. So it takes a lot of time. You know, it's a lot of waiting. So after I got like the x-rays and the scans done or whatever, I had to just wait for like 2 hours for the dude to come back in the room. And finally he comes back in the room and he's like holding his papers and stuff. And he's like, guess what? And I was like, what? He goes, you're great. You're in good shape. And I was like, what? He goes, yeah, you didn't break anything. I was like, are you serious? Like, look at my ankle. It's swollen. He goes, yeah, you rolled it real bad, and you probably sprained it, and, you know, landed on it real hard, and, you know, hurt it, and that's probably why it's swelling. But I've seen a lot worse when it comes to swelling, and your tests, they're good. Like, you don't have any broken bones. And I couldn't believe that. I thought if my ankle or, like, my foot wasn't broken, I thought for sure, like, I cracked a rib or something, because, like, my whole rib cage hurt. I had crazy bruises, and, like, my shoulder hurt really bad. Yeah, I really thought I did something wrong. I thought I definitely, like, cracked or broke a bone, but, I didn't somehow. Now, he still had me follow up with like some orthopedic doctor or something like a week or two later just to make sure I was like really okay. But luckily by then I felt a lot better and they ran some more tests, but all of them were good. And like a week after that I was fine. But yeah, after I left the hospital, I just had to like, you know, ice my ankle for a few days and like, you know, chill out, not put too much weight on it. When I did, I had crutches, which was nice. They gave me some crutches and like had me elevate it. But like a few days later, I was pretty much fine. I can't lie. And after I was fine and my mom saw that I was okay, she finally talked to me about me sneaking out. And I can't believe how lucky I got because she sat me down and she was like, look, I'm pissed at you for sneaking out and I'm pissed that like, you know, you did that behind my back. But because you were honest with me, I'm not going to ground you. And I was like, what? She's like, yeah, you were honest with me. I appreciate it. Just don't do it again. I still called Jack's mom, though. I told Jack's mom what happened. I think he's in some trouble. And I was like, wait, what? Really? And she's like, yeah. So in the end, Jack suffered. Jack got grounded for like 2 weeks because of this, and I didn't. I mean, granted, I took a pretty fucking hard fall and had to like spend the entire day in a hospital. So I still think, you know, I equally got punished, but I didn't get grounded more than what I'd already been grounded for something else. But yeah, like I really thought my mom would ground me and like add on to it, you know, but she didn't. And I think that leads me to the moral of this story. There's a few of them. Number one, don't do what I did in this story. Don't be sneaking out and climbing rooftops and, you know, falling and getting yourself hurt because you can get really, really hurt. So don't do that. Number two, be honest with your parents, man. I was, you know, lying a lot back then, and it got me into some shitty situations. You could see that in this instance, telling the truth for once actually helped me, so tell the truth. And number three, don't blindly follow your friends into stupid shit. I get that everyone's a teenager or a kid at some point, and you're going to do some stupid shit while you're growing up. You know, it's just bound to happen at some point. Accidents happen. But if one of your friends is like, yo, let's go climb this high-ass roof on a sketchy-ass ladder, and there's a risk that you can really get hurt, don't do that. Use your best judgment. But yeah, guys, that's the end of the story time. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did, please leave a like on the video. I'd really appreciate it. Feel free to leave your story times in the comments down below. And subscribe if you're new. I'll see you.
Video. That was one of my favorite stories. That was one of my favorite stories.
You didn't even pay attention.
That was one of my favorite
How
stories.
did he break his leg? Or how did he almost break his leg?
It don't matter, bro. It don't matter. The story's over, fuck nigga.
What was his friend's name?
Jack.
Oh, wow.
Bitch. SpongeBob's Ultimate Steven Hillenburg should be revealed.
SpongeBob SquarePants is the cartoon that defined a generation. And now, we're about to see one of the biggest Steven Hillenburg tributes of all time.
Yeah, good boy.
Now back to more SpongeBob on Nickelodeon.
SpongeBob's one of the most influential animated characters in history, and he was born from the legendary mind of series creator Steven Hillenburg. Over the years, the show would constantly reinvent itself with new styles and talent and sense of humor. But Hillenburg's core themes of boundless creativity and optimism still exist in the franchise today. Despite his passing in 2018, his legacy lives on. Now we're about to see a beautiful tribute to his life and what he gave us. Welcome to SpongeBob SquarePants, the art of an undersea world. This isn't your normal, average, everyday art book. This is an advanced art book. The cover features a cozy, homemade SpongeBob sketching during a relaxing afternoon. Scattered across the floor and walls are nostalgic references to characters and forgotten memories. Now, the book features several hundred pages celebrating every aspect of the show. There are pre-production sketches, cast and creator interviews, and more. It also apparently features insights from everyone who ever worked on the franchise. Let me repeat that. Everyone in history who played a part on SpongeBob will get their time to shine.
Ooh,
it's a great way to spotlight the individual faces who made our childhoods better, even names you may not recognize. This is the definitive celebration of SpongeBob, a culmination of the 26 years and counting that led us to present day. As both an artist and someone lucky enough to help steward the iconic world of SpongeBob, this book is more than a collection of images. It's a celebration of the creativity that's made SpongeBob so special for 25 years, and a visual love letter to the imagination of Stephen Hillenburg and everyone who's brought Bikini Bottom to life. Said Ramsey Nato, president of Paramount Animation. Every sketch and concept design reminds us how much heart, humor, and creativity went into building SpongeBob's universe. This book is not just an art book, but a portal into 25 years of pure joy and undersea imagination. The last time we got a project like this was all the way back in 2013 with the SpongeBob SquarePants Experience. A lot has changed since then. The franchise almost feels like an entirely different beast now. There have been countless new spin-offs and movies with their own unique direction. All of that will be explored right here. When I say this book is a celebration of everything SpongeBob, I mean everything. But what do you think about the art of an undersea world? Are you gonna pick it up when it releases in February 2026? Let's talk in the comments.
Yeah, he makes 3
But
minute
anyway,
videos. He's
that's
actually
all for this
videos,
video.
like,
Subscribe.
He always he's the one that I found out about the damn why Kanye West is a philosophical genius. Yes, sir. Yes. What?
I said for real.
Why are you just fucking with shit, bro?
That
You're pissing me off.
wasn't even me.
No, because you pushed the thing and then I pushed it back and then it went out. Why are you fucking laughing, bro? I bet. Nah, you got it, bro. You got it.
I just find it funny how it didn't do it when I moved it, when it did it when you moved it.
Nah, it's cool. I got it. Because I can't wait till you stream, bro. I just can't wait. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything that shuts off. I'm sorry.
Oh, you gonna have some shit that shut off.
I'm sorry.
You gonna have some shit that shut off.
You gonna cut off the damn internet? The delay got worse. I know for a fact it got worse. No way.
No, it didn't got better.
It's still in the outro. It just got on the outro of the thing.
Just move.
I'm gonna check this real quick. Please tell me it got better.
See? Oh my gosh, you're pissing me off, nigga. Shit is not it, bro. You gotta move, bro. Fuck you, bitch.
Dude.
No, cause you're always messing with it. And you're messing with that, and
yeah, I did that. And
stop messing with it.
And now that I'm done, I'm gonna stop messing with it.
The Funko Pop economy is crashing as the company has reported.
I heard about this a week or two ago, but.
Net loss of $68 million over the last 9 months and is $215 million in debt. Funko Pops have become the de facto meme representing the idea of overconsumption. The Funko Pop economy is crashing as the company has reported a net loss of $68 million of The Funko Pop economy is crashing as the company has reported a net loss of $68 million over the last 9 months and is $215 million in debt.
Yeah.
Funko Pops have become the de facto meme representing the idea of overconsumption, brought to the forefront as an example of a collector's item that seems oversaturated and of poor quality. Arguments against it propagate as the idea that people are not collecting figures from their favorite franchises, they're specifically collecting Funko Pops. That's not to say the act of collecting them is inherently a bad thing. If you like Funko Pops, or you have a specific character you wanted and you like the way they look and it makes you happy, please continue what you're doing, as it's important to find a hobby that brings joy. It only becomes a problem when they're bought for the sake of being bought, becoming an insatiable addiction that only stops when all funds have been spent just to purchase a slight variation on an existing character. It's also popped up in other franchises, including representation in Cruelty Squad, as a Target had a room entirely filled with the game's equivalent of $100,000 worth of Funko Pops called...
Yo, I want to know what this game is. What the hell even is it? Oh, is this it? Cruelty Soap or Soup? Whatever.
Funko Pops. And of course, some of the Funko Pops are genuinely valuable, with the most expensive sitting at around 25 grand, but generally so many of them are produced that rarities are genuinely rare. Meanwhile, whilst Funko officially began in the late 90s as a company selling nostalgic toys, the reason they really took off is because they started the pop arm of the franchise in 2010 in tandem with the superhero movie boom. Pops became a cheap way for people to buy Marvel figurines of their favorite characters, and the company used the constant collaboration of IPs to exponentially grow. It seems that now, as the superhero fatigue rolls in and Marvel isn't the powerhouse of cinema it once was, Funko Pops are also taking a dive in popularity. After all, the company has already dumped $300 million worth of stock back in 2023, so perhaps the writing was on the wall years ago. In short, the Funko Pop crash seems to be occurring after years of criticism for overproducing low-quality figurines, and whilst there are people out there who genuinely enjoy them and purchase to collect more obscure stuff, the meme that they're bought for the sake of mindless consumption persists. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
And remember, like and subscribe!
Yeah, I'm not liking anymore. I was just about to say WV because of this black-ass nigger. Imagine. Okay, when your gooning gets leaked, this is gonna be
insane. I don't know if
such a
watch
W
this
video.
one.
I
think
love
wanna watch
this.
one.
I love this.
When gooning destroys your online reputation. One such person this happened to was Atrioc, whose accidental leak was perhaps the most infamous in this entire video. It was an otherwise ordinary Monday in late January 2023 when this story unfolds. Atrioc was in the middle of a live stream when his open tabs popped up on his screen for literally a frame or two at most. It's very likely that given the fact it wasn't on his screen for even a second, Atrioc didn't know at the time that he had just contributed to the most humiliating and damaging moment of his entire career.
The syndicate took a serious blow.
What time is it where I am?
Oh yeah, I've seen this clip. Okay, this is 3 months old. That's why I've seen this clip though.
Serious blow.
What time is it where I am?
What?
Which was unpixelated, but yeah, imagine.
Oh.
What time is it PST?
Hold it. Run that back.
What time is it?
I mean, even though it's a weird, I think I can't remember the exact context of the clip because I don't remember if it was like, oh, it's like a crazy. Oh no, I think that site was like a freaking deep fake site. So like it was a porn site about a bunch of streamers.
Wow.
Deep fake and stuff like that. Even though he's a weirdo for that, or maybe it's a different clip I'm thinking about, but maybe he is a weirdo for that. But also, what the hell are y'all niggas doing? Clipping it and zooming in and like pausing to see what he's been on. Like that's kind of weird. I can't even lie. That's weird.
Enhanced section A6.
Eagle-eyed viewers analysed the frame and quickly unearthed a shocking discovery. Atrioc had been accessing a deepfake porn site. Just for reference, in case there's anyone who's watching this that doesn't know what a deepfake is, it's essentially when you digitally superimpose the face and features of one person onto another. So in a lot of cases, people take the likeness of young, attractive female celebrities and put them onto a porn actress to make it look like what's happening to them is actually happening to the female celebrity instead. This means that deepfakes lack the consent of the person who's having their likeness taken. With the rise of AI, it's easier and easier to make this kind of content, which is posing an ever-growing problem for the victims, who are largely young, attractive female celebrities.
Hell no.
And in the case of Atrioc, this is where things get even worse. You see, Atrioc is a very large streamer. Today, even after his earth-shattering scandal, he still has a combined 1.25 million followers between his Twitch and YouTube. When this was going down, he was closely associated with some of the largest names in live streaming, such as Ludwig. You might remember me mentioning Ludwig in my recent video about when alcohol ruins your career, but Ludwig is one of the most well-connected content creators on the entire internet. He has a lot of friends, and even a couple of enemies. And he has a girlfriend known as Cutie Cinderella, who in her own right is extremely popular, and she too is close friends with a lot of the largest streamers, particularly a lot of the largest female streamers on the internet. So you might be wondering to yourself, why am I even bringing her name up? Well, as it turns out, Cutie Cinderella, the girlfriend of one of Atrioc's closest friends, actually had deepfakes of herself on this website. Other notable female streamers on the site included Pokimane, Maya Higa, and Sweet Anita. This man had a gooning session to the women that were essentially the closest thing he had to female colleagues. Embarrassing doesn't even cut it. Shortly after this was all exposed, Atrioc would come out on stream with his wife by his side to deeply apologize and try to explain his side of the story. He would reveal that he only accessed the site one time while his wife was out of town, and he had the receipt to prove that he purchased access.
He bought it. He bought it?
What the fuck are we doing, bro? Are we dead serious, bro? Are we serious? Real talk. Are we actually dead ass? Really? Yeah. This is what we're doing? This is what our mom would do. But I didn't expect it from...
There's something... Ooh, I almost said his name, too. That's
crazy.
Something, that one... It's something... It'd be something that one tribe member would do. I'll say that.
That's crazy.
If you're watching, you know who you are.
I'm gonna give you a kiss on the lips right now if you say that dumb shit again. Fucking weirdo.
So you can say it, but I can't. Alright, bet.
Nope. My bad, chat. It's not that bad, right?
I still don't like it. It doesn't make... Just because it's not that bad doesn't make it good either.
You sound like my girl.
I don't even want to know in what context.
Oh my
Can we
god.
just go back to gaming?
Bro, what the fuck are we doing? He paid for it, and this dude genuinely just said, "Oh, wife by his side. I only accessed it once when she was away. I mean, I was getting lonely. I was getting a little lonely. Get the fuck out." Long enough, fellas.
Access to the site the very same day he accidentally leaked it. After he was done, he had just forgotten to close the tab.
I don't know. I just clicked the fucking link at 2 a.m. and the morals didn't catch up to me, and I'm sorry. I really fucking am.
And to many people, that's where they thought the story ended. But it does in fact go on. Ever since this incident, Atrioc has been on the straight and narrow, and you can tell that he's genuinely tried to make amends for his actions. He's donated a lot of his money, in excess of $100,000, to try and get deepfake sites taken down, and he...
No matter how many deepfake sites you take down, bro, it ain't gonna undo the fact that you were doing the 5-knuckle shuffle to one of your homies. It doesn't undo it, bro. I'm sorry.
has actually succeeded in large parts. According to sources I could find, he's helped take down hundreds of them. In his apology, he does come out to appear genuinely remorseful, and so a lot of people have since accepted that...
hell no, motherfuckers is laughing at him in his own chat. Damn. That's fucked up. Niggas is clowning him in his own chat.
Perhaps in a moment of weakness, he made a mistake that will haunt him until his dying day. But given that he's made genuine efforts to make up for what he's done, he's been able to recover a large portion of his audience. If you take a look at his social blade, you'll see a clear story unfold. His leak happened at the tail end of January, so his channel wasn't really affected until February 2023. You can see that he loses subscribers and his views flatline. But several months later, after he put in the work to make amends, his channel saw a second wind, and today he's once more growing. It's impossible to say what his relationship is like with QC and the other female streamers today.
Like,
God damn, 20 minutes. Oh wow.
Do you think he's still gooning to like deep fake?
Obviously.
You really think so?
Obviously.
You really think so? That's fucked up.
The nigga will pay 22K to get one taken down and don't just
No,
get
100.
one.
Oh, he'll pay some racks to dig it down, but he'll still. Oh, I ain't gonna take yours down. This one's my favorite. Like
no, behind the scenes. Oh man, I just had to take down my favorite one. Gotta find a new one.
hell.
But she did say at the time that their relationship was irreparable.
I'm the last person who wants to dislike him. He is one of my boyfriend's best friends. He's only ever been so kind to me. I love spending time around him. If anything, I'm ostracizing myself more from my boyfriend's friends because now I don't want to be around him. I don't want to hate this guy. I really don't. I've loved him for years at this point. I'm devastated, and it's like, what do you want me to do though? Like, how do you move on from that? I don't know. And maybe 8 months.
Genuinely, like, yo, I'm about to go on a rant. Chat, I got a homie. I love bro, but I gotta expose him right now. He gooned to a girl that's in his class.
Oh wow.
And you know, one of my Alright, story time chat.
Should you be saying this? Should
Story
you
time
really be saying this though?
Story time chat. Okay. Basically, what happened was one time, you know, me and my homies on call, him included, he's on call, we're on call, and he share screen his like TikTok search history. I ain't gonna say all that was on there, but just know that for a month or two straight, the things he was typing up was the name of our group chat after that. I ain't gonna lie. Like it was.
It's not anymore. It's
not anymore. I said for a while.
Okay, yeah.
But you know, I mean, it's still bro. It's still bro. His bro's still in the title, but you know, he gooned to her, and it was like, dude, what are you doing, bro? And then our other homie went to school, and I guess for the love of the game, decided to tap on her shoulder and go, hey, you know, dude, he gooning to you.
And then at some point,
and now she can't look at bro the same. I'm not making this up.
And then barely like a week or two later, we're doing testing. He reminds her.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying bro, but the other guy did. I thought you were about to say bro actually went around like, oh, I gooned to you. I gooned to you.
No.
I hope you're okay with that.
The troglodyte would never.
The troglodyte is crazy. But yeah, that's all.
That's my placeholder name for him.
Months from now, you know, emotions settle and something, but I don't see it happening. It's just like, I just can't believe the shit that it's caused.
But this is one case where gooning almost ended a thriving online career. But due to a genuine effort to make amends, it was able to be salvaged. I'm genuinely curious to hear your guys' thoughts on the situation, so let me know down below in the comments section, because it's definitely divided fans. So yeah, express your thoughts on the situation, or to be honest, any of the stories we have today down in the comments. But of course, Atriarch is not the only person who's ever been exposed for gooning while live. We still have plenty of cases to get to, such as someone who was caught gooning to NSFW horse and lolly content, and
I treat the cash the way the government treats AIDS. I won't be satisfied till all my niggas get it. Get it?
to get to, such as someone who was caught gooning to NSFW horse and lolly content, and a prominent male streamer that had old OnlyFans videos of them leak.
Oh, sketch.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. Have you seen the leaks?
No, I've heard of them. No.
You wanna see them?
No. No, I saw them, but they were blurred. It was like YouTube only, or not for YouTube's eyes or something like that.
I'll show you.
I think I'll pass.
I seen it. All I gotta say is bro's in a maid outfit. bro was in a dress.
Oh god.
He was dressed up like Princess Peach. I'm pretty sure.
Oh god. Yeah.
With the uwu face and shit like.
But for now, it's time to turn to the dark side.
Yep.
If you're like me, you would have watched Drama Alert religiously back in 2016. The schisms, the feuds, the betrayals, it all had such a je ne sais quoi. And one such incident that Keem reported on back then, within a video that has since been seen by more than 1 million people, included DSP, commonly known online as Darkside Phil, who was caught jerking the gherkin while live on stream. What appears to have
What did he just say?
I remember that.
No.
I was in that live stream chat. It was so fun, bro.
What did he just say?
Who was caught
Wait. I need to hear what he just said.
jerking the gherkin
Jerking the gherkin.
I'm taking that. Nigga, I'm taking that. I'm taking
You
that.
already
Five
said
knuckle shuffle.
Five knuckle shuffle now.
And now the
Jerking the gherkin.
I'm jerking the gherkin now. You jerking the gherkin. You five knuckle shuffle.
while live on stream.
actually there, bro.
What
You
appears
gotta
to have
start
happened is that he set up a live stream to record himself
No. Hey, the sick part about it is bro said, "Oh, I'm live."
gaming. And if you've ever watched a live stream before, you might be aware
As soon as bro, as soon as he was done with the goon sesh, he literally looked at the stream and said, "Oh wait, I'm live."
this happens quite a lot. You'll get the notification that one's starting, you'll click on the live stream, and you'll be greeted to some sort of graphic saying stream starting momentarily. It's going to start in a few minutes. And this is just a way to get everyone into the live stream so that when the stream is ready, it can begin with a full audience. Well, in DSP's case, he did not realize that his camera was on and recording him. And for whatever reason, he decided that then would be the perfect time for a cheeky pre-stream wank. Need I say any more? It was only after he had finished that he realized that the camera was on the entire time.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
This is the face of a man
Oh my god.
This nigga look like somebody, but I don't know his name.
Yeah, the camera's on the whole time. Well, that's unlucky.
He sounds like Web
Embarrassing.
The nigga sounds like Web Shrabs, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nigga looks like, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. He looks like
I don't
Smash.
know if that's, I don't know if that's what I was thinking of, but
No, I promise you, bro. Try. This is what he looks like. What's his name, bro?
I think it was Smash Mouth.
No, but what's his name? Oh, okay, it's actually him. Y'all can't tell me bro don't look like him. I can't tell me bro don't look like him. That's the same motherfucker, I promise.
Just with a mustache.
Oh, hell no.
who has just realized that he's whacked his gack in front of his entire audience. Let me just say that I really hope that he washed his hands before he picked up his controller to start gaming. DSP had around 200,000 subscribers at the time, and he would never see 300,000. It seems as though he essentially plateaued in growth around this time. And if you're a long-time viewer of his content, you'd know that realistically, him getting caught with his pants quite literally down was not the main reason this happened. Let's Plays are essentially dead in the water today. His content has not evolved with the times. And that's not to say anything of his reputation outside of this incident. On his very own wiki, I found that people call him a hypocrite, a liar, a man-child, and even the cancer of gaming, which is just a fantastic moniker to don. But let's be very honest with ourselves, getting caught choking the chimp while live definitely didn't do him any favors. But from chimps to horses, the words that you're about to hear come out of my mouth were not even fathomable before February 2024, because that's when the infamous Vorsch leaks happened. If you don't know what I'm talking about, dear viewer, you're in for a ride. So you're probably wondering to yourself, who is Vorsch? Well, he's a left-wing political streamer closely associated with Destiny. According to an article by The Independent, he appeared on Destiny streams from time to time, and he was encouraged by Destiny's audience to make his own channel. And so he did, cultivating a fastly growing audience, with him trying to appeal to white men that often felt disconnected from standard left-wing content creators who are usually soy-pilled, woke, and unmasculine. Vorsh's growth, you'll see, was fairly consistent, with him achieving view counts of 5 to 6 million per month, essentially every month. But then you'll notice a sharp drop-off in February 2024, and the reason why can be traced back to an infamous livestream. Vorsh seems to be looking up men's fashion, and then he right-clicks on one of the images, and so opens up a folder on his desktop for his entire audience to see. A folder titled To Be Sorted, and a folder that contains swaths and waves and dozens of images of not safe for work pornography. Now, for very obvious reasons, I will not be able to show you the contents of this folder. It is quite literally pornography.
Pornography, but he said not NSFW is not safe for work. You could have said a bunch of NSFW content, but you said not safe for work pornography. Oh, what the fuck else is not safe for work?
No, what the hell is safe?
However, imagine, if you will, blowjobs, general intercourse, and the like. And imagine it being between a woman and a horse. And that is some of what showed up on...
Oh, what did you just say?
Oh, I know damn well you didn't just say horse.
I know damn well you didn't just say fire.
No, because I didn't hear him, you idiot.
Vorsh's desktop. And to make matters even worse, there was lolly sprinkled in there too.
Wait, what? Oh, I heard him the first time.
You see, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Now, according to my research, I found a few comments that said
Example of the kind of structure.
there was lolly sprinkled in there too.
You can see, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
Now, according to my research, I found a few comments that said that Vorsh has spoken about horses in this manner in the past, so the fact that horse porn showed up on his PC wasn't the most shocking thing to happen that day. The lolly, though, needed some answers, and within his response video, Vorsh said that he simply didn't know. He argued that art is up for interpretation, and when scanning it over for the brief moment before he saved it, he just didn't clock that these images were considered as lolly.
By the next day, I had learned from what felt like the entire goddamn internet that 2 of the images in my folder preview window were actually from a well-known lolicon artist, and therefore definitely intended to be lolly shit, which has to be the worst possible way to find out about that sort of thing. Now, obviously, the accusation here isn't just that I had those images saved. That part's true, not really an accusation, but also that I must have known that they were lolicon and saved them because they were lolicon. Now, the obvious and predictable but nonetheless true response from me is that no, I didn't know that, and that must not have been the impression I got from those 2 drawings, because if I had gotten that impression, then I wouldn't have saved them, you know? I mean, drawings are abstractions, and art styles and body proportions vary massively, even for characters that are unambiguously adults. That doesn't mean lolly isn't a thing or a problem. I've bitched about it being a problem, like, a lot on stream. It just means that carelessly or inattentively failing to notice it isn't exactly impossible. Yeah, I know what some people are going to say, you know, no, you must have known. There's no way you didn't know. And like what am I going to do? Make a fucking evidentiary argument here? You know, like, I'm not putting up the images so we can argue about the pixels or the proportions or whatever. I know fully well that like 99.9% of people who have heard about this drama haven't seen the images.
Hey, he likes his girls petite though. He likes his girls petite, and that's why. Like, he thought that it was a grown adult, but it wasn't. See, but that's the thing. Like, my girl. I'm bad, chat.
Nor do I think those people should go looking for them, obviously. So it's pretty much entirely a take me at my word or don't kind of situation where people are free to lie about the drawings, or, as I've already seen on Twitter, just post other really bad look.
I want to see him. Come on.
And say that's what I had in my folder. There's not much I can do about it, right? It's all totally unfalsifiable, and people are going to make whatever assumptions and inferences they want to make. All I can really say is that I didn't notice the problem while saving the drawings, the same way a person could fail to notice any element of any drawing if they were careless or inattentive or distracted.
Clearly, this excuse was not going to work for many of his haters, and so after the infamous leaks, he was called not only a zoophile, but also a pedophile. Several large creators such as H3H3, Diesel Patches, and Sensitive Society would give their thoughts on the situation. However, a lot of people surprisingly stood by Vorsh. His response video was generally taken very well, actually having a fairly positive like to dislike ratio, all things considered. Just like Atrioc before him, Vorsh would lose a substantial chunk of his audience in the initial backlash. However, over the next several months, he was able to win many of them back. Just like Atrioc before him, he's now performing just as well, or maybe even better than he was before the leaks. And just like Atrioc, this man went through perhaps one of the most embarrassing things to ever happen to anyone on the internet, and was still able to walk out the other side of it with his career intact. His reputation to outsiders is obviously damaged at best. You can't completely come back from something like this. To many people outside of his community, he will forever be known as the guy who's into horse porn and lolly. But now more than a year and a half since his controversy, Vorsh is still alive and kicking. Okay, little update. This is a bit of a coincidence, but ever since I wrote, recorded, and edited this video, Vorsh has yet again had allegations come his way.
Nigga, come on, man. Come on. You just had to say it. My bad. You just had to stay in the spotlight, bro. Like, come on, bro.
A woman known as Sarah Fields, a Republican state delegate, came out on Twitter this past week to share some screenshots of Vorsh allegedly inappropriately messaging a minor when he was 23 years.
23. Oh my god.
I expect that from her mom, but not him, bro. Imagine.
Yeah, no.
My bad. Oh shit.
Years old back in 2017. H3H3 has covered this on his channel within a video that has been seen by 400,000 and counting, and the tweet now has near enough 1 million views. If these screenshots are legitimate, then it doesn't look good for the folder situation.
Sorry. I'm just lying in bed. Percently. I might sleep soon. Just as a warning. How tired. I'll tired. What the fuck is he writing? Like, what? How tired. I'm sad. I have a headache. I'm hungry. Well, I like you too. Maybe I'll hear your voice someday. Maybe you just get yelled at for being a nigger. Being a brother.
And people in the comment section are mentioning it once more. So maybe this.
I don't know how many of those things I can address, but I'll try and order.
This is the final straw for Vorsh. We'll just have to wait and see. So we should be a little bit more than halfway through the video right now, and I'd just like to quickly ask you guys that if you haven't already, please make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're fastly approaching 200,000 subscribers. It's an absolute nothing, and it would genuinely help me out. Video speak for itself. On to the quickest story we have. This next one will be discussing the largest name that we have today. Because believe this or not, iShowSpeed had an unfortunate search pop up while live, which was then spread throughout the internet. iShowSpeed is no stranger to having things pop up or out during his streams. If you can remember back to his infamous Chica incident, iShowMeat accidentally exposed himself in front of essentially the entire internet. Once you've gone through something like that, I feel like what we're about to discuss won't have as much of an impact on you, even if it is still
I think he was free balling. So he had shorts. No, he only had underwear, or he had shorts that looked like underwear basically, and he's like gyrating, and then like his big ass shit just went and like saying, "Hey guys,
What the fuck?
I'm making my debut."
No, I'm leaving. I'm about to leave. No, I'm done.
No, that was so peak.
very embarrassing. To cut to the chase, back in late 2023, while live, he began Googling something. After typing in H and O, the bar autofilled to how to
Everybody search the same thing. Nah, I'm playing. I've never even played Cyberpunk.
have sex in Cyberpunk. Given IShowSpeed's chokehold on the live streaming space, given his immense popularity and clout, this single frame or two was spotted and then shared by media outlets such as Sportskeeda and Drama Alert, who sounded the alarm bells on Twitter. Do keep in mind that Keemstar would have been 41 years old by this point, and he took the time out of his day to go onto Twitter and tell the masses, tell the world, ring the alarm bells out, that IShowSpeed, who was 18 at the time, had potentially been gooning to Cyberpunk. Breaking news, guys, our top story tonight: an 18-year-old male might have been wanking. Well, I, for one, am shocked and appalled. You will be getting a strongly worded letter, Mr. IShowSpeed. Won't somebody please think of the children? And also keep in mind that this does not mean that IShowSpeed actually got off to it. It's just wanted to get his character laid. Who knows? The search, and because it fit the criteria of this video, I thought that I'd include it. Generally though, I think that this is nothing more than a fat, juicy nothing burger. But if we're discussing the fastest growing live streamers on the internet, then I would be remiss not to mention Sketch, who in the summer of 2024 had his life turned around after it was discovered that he had a history in participating in gay OnlyFans content.
Yes, sir. This shit's fire though. I subscribed.
So Sketch is a very large live streamer with more than 1.6 million followers on Twitch. However, his blossoming online career suffered a great disturbance in July 2024, after a video by a channel called Pocketbook Philosophy was released into the ether. The video was titled The Real Sketch, The Untold Story of Jamie Ma. Within this video, Pocketbook revealed one of Sketch's deepest story.
Pretty sure it's a filter. Yeah. Sketch or Jamie? Sketch or Jamie?
Of Jamie Ma. Within this video, Pocketbook revealed one of Sketch's deepest, darkest secrets. That being that 2 years prior, before he had started his streaming career, Sketch had participated in homosexual OnlyFans content. But here's the interesting thing. After this all blew up, there was a large portion of people who questioned, what was the problem? Sketch was a legal adult when he made these videos, and he consented to be in them. So therefore, what people were upset about was a grown man consensually participating in adult content. Many people were arguing that there wasn't actually anything wrong with this, and they were accusing anyone who was upset at this of being homophobic. On top of that, some people were mad at Pocketbook. You see, Pocketbook said that he felt comfortable revealing this information because being LGBT shouldn't be a problem in the modern day. But at the same time, many fans thought that Sketch had been outed for having been in sex work. They felt as though Sketch should have been the one to choose whether or not the public knew about his past. I found a Reddit thread that agreed with this statement.
You see how it's different? If another streamer, and this just pisses me off, chat. If another streamer sat there and was like, oh yeah, I got leaked, I've been fucking other dudes or something like that, everybody was like, ah! But because it's Sketch, niggas like, oh no, Sketch is okay. Now I don't give a fuck if he's bouncing on dick or not. I really don't care. But my thing is, I don't like the fact how niggas be treating other people differently depending on the person. If it was somebody else, if it was somebody that everybody hated, they'd be like, they would have been all like that. But the minute it was Sketch, everybody loves Sketch, everybody be bouncing on Sketch, and they found out he was already bouncing on something else, then they gonna be like, oh, it's okay, Sketch. And, you know, like I said, I don't care, bro, but treat everybody the same. That's what I say.
They felt that this just wasn't Pocketbook's place, and that this wasn't journalism. This felt like a needless attack that had detrimental effects to both Sketch's professional and personal life. I do agree that a lot of people that were negatively reacting to this were probably just being homophobic. That said, I feel as though no matter who it was, if there was someone in Twitch's elite, their 0.1%, that had any sort of pornographic video of them leaked, it would be the subject of intense online discourse and scrutiny. But obviously, if the content is LGBT, it's only naturally going to see more hate. Sketch would eventually respond to the murmurs, coming completely clean and saying this.
I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did. Yeah, that was.
At least he's honest. I did not bounce on that dick. Nah, I'm playing. I just did. Like,
B. I f***ed up. I won't do it again. I'm just kidding. Well, I am dead serious about not doing it again. That was a dark time. Rough time.
But as has been a fairly common theme in this video, Sketch would not see his career end because of the controversy. He's still a very popular creator. Albeit, if you take a look at his social blade, you'll notice that his growth was severely impacted. Maybe this is just a coincidence and it was always going to slow down, but after July 2024, Sketch couldn't continue his exponential growth. While this revelation didn't end his career, it certainly impacted it. But if this video impacted you, then why not watch my video on furries and their unhinged drama? For context, there is a story in that video about a group of furries at a sex party that pleasured themselves over a pizza and then ate the pizza. If you like to watch videos about weird sex stuff,
I mean, my camera. Now I'm Armand saying dumb stuff. That was rude. I'm sorry, Armand. We love you. We love you, Tekka. W video. Last video. Okay. How unnecessarily freaky party games get. This nigga's funny, bro.
No, I did not say that. Trey.
Oof. I'm Spider-Man now.
Oh yeah, because it's closer to you now, so.
I'm Spider-Man. Don't he shoot white liquid out of himself? Or is this? Oh, it's his wrist, huh?
No, I did not say that.
Trey, you want a drink? Nah, I'm good, bro. Yo, this nigga trying to act better than us, bro. He been letting us drink all this time.
No, for real.
We should play a game. We should play a game. We should play Truth or Dare.
Oh,
yes,
we should.
Yes, let's do it. We should play Truth or Dare. Yo, Trey, you down? You down, bro? All right, bet. Hey, Joe, lock the door. All right, I got you.
Yo, why the motherfucker say lock the door, bro? Why you say lock the door? Hell no. You see his face? You see his face? This is the same face I would have. Why are you talking about locking the door?
This is gonna be so funny. This is gonna be so funny.
We got lock the door.
Remember last time we played? Yes.
All right, I locked it, bro.
All right, cool. Now switch the lights. Bet.
You see his face? He like, hell no, what you about to do up in here? What do you think, sir?
I think they're gonna fuck.
Well, you heard it from here, folks. He likes men.
Man, this is gonna be so funny. Joe, lock the door. All right, I got you. Man, this is gonna be so funny. This is gonna be so funny.
We got lock the door.
Remember last time we played? Yes.
All right, I locked it, bro.
All right, cool. Now switch the lights. Bet.
There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, we had to change the lights for the game.
Let's go. All right, I'm gonna go first. Okay. Shoot for dare. Okay, I dare you to suck on my armpits. Bet.
That's the first time I've ever heard that sentence ever be stated in a Truth or Dare.
Honestly,
and I don't think
like,
I ever needed to hear that. I never wanted to hear someone say.
That's pretty normal. Nah, like I played some Truth or Dares where it's like, shit, do some crazy shit like suck on my toes.
Crazy shit.
Suck on my toes.
But like your goddamn.
You suck on a nigga's toes before?
No, I'm saying.
Someone sucked on your toes?
No, I'm saying I've heard it in a Truth or Dare setting.
Right. Okay, I believe you. Right. I said I believe you, nigga. What you mad at me? Right.
I hear you.
Right.
Come here. Okay, here. Yeah, bro.
Right,
while
you
he
doing
doing that, Shelly, Truth or Dare? Dare, of course, dare. All right, I dare you. To pour hot honey, okay, on my balls. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right, let me
That's a good one. What do you have to say about that, sir?
Hot honey.
Would you enjoy that?
Fuck no.
You heard it from here, folks.
That's a waste of perfectly good honey.
Take it off the stove.
You heard it from here, folks. He loves hot honey poured on his balls.
Hey, she
Okay.
gonna do it.
Okay.
Okay,
Yo.
do it.
Yo, how long y'all been playing this?
All right, I got it. I got it. You ready? Of course.
Yo.
Are you ready? Do it. Let's go. All right, here you go.
Woo!
Whoa! No, that's more honey than last time. That's more honey than last. All right. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling. Destiny, truth or dare? Dare. All right, I dare you to let Trey eat you out right now.
Wait,
Okay.
yo, whoa.
Whoa. You see the nigga said, whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, that's
Okay,
a good
come
one.
on,
That's
nigga.
a good one.
How you going to dare me to do it? Why wouldn't you dare yourself to eat her out?
Cause I want to watch, nigga. The fuck?
Nah.
Like that was a dumb
Nah,
question.
I'm
What
good.
the hell?
Hold on, Trey. It's a
Bro, don't be
dare.
lame, bro.
Let's
Bro,
get it.
go eat her,
Nah,
bro.
I'm good.
Like it's
I
not
ate
that
2 hours
deep.
ago. I had McDonald's. I'm full. I'm
Come on, bro. You telling me you not gonna play the game? Everybody
hey,
playing?
I'd never be fool if my girl asked me to do something like that. Real talk.
You said your girl, so I can't,
Real talk.
I can't say nothing about that.
I'm an eater, bro. I'm an eater, chat. So.
Hey, you
Nah,
got
let me talk.
No, please.
Chat.
Please,
Chat.
I beg.
I'm an eater, bro. So, if she talking about some, I had a long day. Can you please? 100%. I just make myself throw up if I'm so full. Come on now. That's real talent. That take real talent, chat. No, I'm playing, chat. I'm joking. Or am I?
other party games? You want to play any other games?
I mean, yeah, I got other games, but nigga, what other games you want to play, bro?
I don't know. You got Connect Four, man?
Oh yeah, I got the party version, Connect Horrors. Oh yeah, that one is fun. That one is. We got Connect Horrors in the closet.
You got my
Version, Connect Horrors. Oh yeah, that one is fun. That one is. We got Connect Horrors in the closet.
You got Monopoly.
We got the party version, Metopoly.
Bro, you got Uno?
We got Goono. You played Goono before?
Scrabble?
Oh yeah. We got Scrambling.
Scrambling?
It's not
Oh, no,
Scrabble.
y'all need
No,
Jesus. Hey,
yo,
hey,
bro,
I
come
think-
on, bro.
y'all-
It's just a
y'all-
game, bro. Like, come on, bro. You never played. We didn't even get to use the honey on you,
good,
nigga.
man.
Don't be
I'm
lame,
good.
bro. Sit down, man. So he not gonna eat me? Like,
Nah.
what are we doing?
Wow.
The fact that niggas still wanted to be eaten at the end is kind of crazy.
The girl wanted to be. W video, what the friggity frick is going on? Sukuna, this guy's in. Okay. Yo, this is peak. Wait.
About to go to bed in a minute.
Wait, this is peak. Why is this peak? Okay, October. What's today? What's today? What's today?
Like the 16th?
Not 16th or 17th, something like that.
No, it's the 16th.
Or 17th.
No,
Like 6, 7.
I'm pretty sure it's the 17th.
Nigga said GTA 6 November 19th. Bitch, I wish. Yeah, next year, bitch. Alright, chat.
I hate how it keeps getting delayed. Like, real talk.
Yeah, I know, right? That was the end of the thing. I'm probably gonna play a game.
You already bought the game? I thought we were gonna talk about it.
No, I'm just gonna buy it. I bought it, so. In fact, Steam is really cool with whatchamacallit.
What?
Steam is really cool with refunds.
Oh.
So if niggas like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be like, oh, I just. But yeah.
I once watched someone play the entirety of Undertale in one sitting and then refund it. That was actually kind of crazy.
You did that? Why?
No, I said I saw someone else do it.
Oh. Wow. Cause like they can be like, oh, I didn't like the game or I didn't like the ending. Like Steam is so lit, bro. I'm not gonna lie. The Steam machine is gonna be lit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna buy it because I would just invest that money in a PC. But shiz, if I get enough money, I'll probably buy both, PC and the Steam machine. Cause then I can play PlayStation, Xbox, Steam games for a lower price. That's lit.
That's true.
That's lit. Not to mention GTA 6. But yeah, I don't know. Chat, we're gonna get into some gaming. I don't have any. Ooh, you should watch me play Half Sword.
Half Sword?
Yeah, that'd be lit.
I'm getting kind of tired though.
Womp womp.
Really?
Never mind. This shit can't open. I forgot. Nope. I don't know, chat. I'm trying to stream for a little longer. I'm not tired, so.
I am. I'm gonna throw this away and I'm about to head on out.
Alright.
being here, but it's about time I head on out.
All right, man. Thank you for being a guest.
Of course.
You know, that's my cousin. Get out of my freaking room now. No, I'm playing.
I might leave this chair here in case I come back at any point, like for a future stream or something like that.
Okay. Or today. No, I'm playing. All right. Wow. All right, man. I'll see you. What should we do, chat? What should we do? What should we do? Who's streaming right now? Okay, Queso's on. What the hell?
Somebody is crying. I would feel safer outside, wouldn't you, chat? I really would. I would honestly prefer to be outside. Like, this, obviously there is something in here. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a situation of like, oh, let's get ourselves in. There's something out there. No, this is a situation. Good thing I kept the flashlight I found in the warehouse. Wait, what? I couldn't use it before.
What to do?
Why would we go back here? I thought the whole point was to lock the doors and stay away from this creature. Dead. I'm dead. Somebody help me, please. What's going on?
Do chat. Alright, I'm done. Queso's on, so that's why. Let's check YouTube. Who is streaming on YouTube?
Eazy-E. Straight Outta Compton was a hit and a modern classic, but it also drew heavy criticism, especially for how it portrayed Eazy-E. One of the most emotionally manipulative scenes shows Eazy tearing up in his car as he drives past a billboard of Dr. Dre's The Chronic. The message is clear: Eazy is broke, washed up, and heartbroken by Dre's success. That single scene perfectly captures everything wrong.
I'm not gonna watch that chat.
IShowSpeed's mom was just spotted for the very first time, and the story behind it will break your heart. Speed's dad and brother, they've always been on camera, but the story of his mom gets heartbreaking. Before the fame, Speed was just streaming 2K every day to nearly 0 viewers. But once Speed started to get traction and become famous, he would end up becoming really hyped on stream, and that's when you can hear his mom in the background screaming at him and telling him to end the stream.
Alright, okay, alright. I'm gonna be on the record. Damn, embarrassing.
Then on Mother's Day, Speed called her, told her he loved her. She hung up just like that.
I just wanted to say Happy Mother's Day, Mom, and I love you so much. Oh, your mama don't love me.
However, this is where the story gets heartbreaking, because after constant years of being a brutal mom to even kicking him out of the house, everything changed. 2 years later, at the Streamer Awards, she showed up, sitting with his whole family, and when Speed won Streamer of the Year, you could hear her loud and proud, "That's my son." From nearly 0 viewers to the whole world watching, even his mom. IShowSpeed's mom was just spotted for the very first time, and the story behind it will break your heart. Speed's dad and brother, they've always...
Switch up? Why'd you switch up, chat? I don't know. But what should we do? Who's live? I don't know. Let's chat. I know I'm yawning, chat, but I'm not even tired. Typical gamer. Damn. chat. All right. We up in here in a minute. There we go. 6 viewers. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Let's go. I don't know if that's a record. Let me actually check. Is that a record, chat? Let me check.
I'm very concerned about Dream's safety. If you missed it, he recently uploaded a video where he's explained how he's done showing his face off online and is going back to putting on the mask. He then shows off his new mask that was made to fit the exact shape of his face using a 3D model replica of his face. It looks very well done and is made by the same company that designed the Spider-Man and Batman mask. Dream then gives us a look at what he sees through the mask, and it's not the best vision, but it's fine for playing video games at least. However, he then shows himself driving with it on. Like, I just don't think that's the best idea. I'm very concerned about Dream.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shouldn't. Let's see.
I'm very concerned about Dream. Through the mask, and it's not.
The heck? Hmm.
Cause I always find something wrong. Wait a second, I ain't asked you for the background. Oh, sorry about that.
All right, I've been kicked out the group. Go ahead, Eddie Kane. Do your own thing.
No, I'm just playing. Hey, she find pictures in my email. I sent this daughter picture. I don't know what it is of females.
Oh shit, that's definitely copyright. I just thought of that. Damn, I gotta see this. Chat, I just found another video.
The Beating That Changed Baseball. On August 16th,
Every athlete who died in front of their fans. Let's go. Lock in.
The Beating That Changed Baseball. On August 16th, 1920, thousands of fans packed New York's Polo Grounds to watch.
That'd be so traumatizing, bro. Imagine being like watching a baseball game and you see one of your favorite athletes die and you're just like, oh my god, you with your son, like, or your daughter, bro. You're just like, yeah, and he died. And you're like, oh, is he gonna be okay? Yeah, I'm motherfucking dead.
The Cleveland Indians faced the Yankees. Chapman was Cleveland's star shortstop, known for his quick reflexes and exceptional fielding. The afternoon game moved at a typical pace until the 5th inning when Chapman stepped to the plate. Yankees pitcher Carl Mays threw with a distinctive submarine delivery, releasing the ball from an unusually low angle. The ball, dirty and scuffed from previous plays, was difficult to see against the late afternoon shadows. Chapman leaned in slightly, preparing for the pitch. The baseball struck his head with such force that the sound echoed through the stadium. Many spectators, including the umpire, thought it had hit Chapman's bat. For a moment, Mays fielded what he believed was a bunted ball and threw to first base. Chapman took several steps toward first base, then suddenly stopped. He dropped to his knees, a look of confusion crossing his face. Blood began to seep from his left ear. Players from both teams rushed to his side as he collapsed onto the dirt infield. Team doctors reached him within
Damn, that's fucked up. I wonder what he was thinking, bro.
seconds.
Imagine. Damn, that's fucked up.
The crowd fell silent as Chapman was helped to his feet, wobbling and disoriented. He attempted to walk off the field with assistance, but couldn't maintain his balance. At New York's St. Lawrence Hospital, doctors discovered his skull was fractured. The impact had driven bone fragments nearly an inch into his brain. Surgeons performed an emergency operation, removing a piece of his skull to relieve pressure. Chapman never regained consciousness. At 4:40 a.m. the following morning, he was pronounced dead. The 29-year-old became the only player in Major League Baseball history to die from an injury sustained during a game. The tragedy changed baseball forever. The league soon banned the spitball and other pitches that doctored the ball. More importantly, umpires began regularly replacing dirty balls with clean ones, making them easier for batters to see, a practice that continues to this day. Goalkeeper blocker gone.
I mean, sadly, you know, like, it, you know, no matter what, it is the truth, you know, like, things like that have to happen in order to learn from your mistakes. Like, real talk. I know this is going to sound fucked up, chat, and I'm not even making a joke about this, but 9/11 happened, and because of 9/11, nothing like that will ever happen again. So you can feel way safer now on a plane now that 9/11 happened. I mean, I know it's, like, kind of fucked up to say, but, you know, I'm not saying it was, like, 9/11 was cool, but what I am saying is that it helped a lot of people learn from their mistakes, their previous mistakes, and now, you know, people are learning, and yeah, you know.
On November 29, 2017, spectators filled the small gymnasium in Barras, Brazil, to watch a regional fun.
Females, but I'm not too good at that shit. Step here, addicted to the hood ways. Baby, I got a plan. Run away as fast as you can. Look at you, look at you, look at you. Hold on, let me just do this because. Look at you, look at you, look at you, look at you. And I always find you, always something wrong. You've been putting up with my just way too long. I'm so gifted, what I don't like the most. So I think it's time for us to have a toast. Let's have a toast for the douchebags. Let's have a toast for the assholes. Let's have a toast for the scumbags. Every one of them that I know. Let's have a toast to the jerk-offs. They'll never take work off. Baby, I got a plan.
Muscle match. Santos Sousa was the 38-year-old goalkeeper for Flamengo de Piripiri, a team competing in the local amateur league. The indoor arena was humid, the crowd energetic as the match entered its final minutes. The referee's whistle cut through the noise. A penalty had been awarded to the opposing team. Santos Sousa positioned himself between the goalposts, bouncing slightly on his toes. His teammates stood silent at midfield. The opposing striker approached the ball with measured steps. The shot came hard and fast, aimed at the center of the goal. Santos Sousa didn't dive. Instead, he stepped forward, making himself large, and blocked the ball with his chest. The impact was solid but unremarkable. The ball deflected harmlessly away. The crowd erupted in cheers. Santos Sousa raised his arms in celebration. His teammates rushed toward him, congratulating him on the crucial save. For a few seconds, everything appeared normal. Then, without warning, his expression changed. A look of confusion crossed his face. He reached out to a teammate, who caught him as his legs gave way. His body went limp as he collapsed to the court floor. The celebration instantly turned to panic. Players from both teams signaled frantically for medical help. A team doctor reached him within seconds and began CPR. The gymnasium fell silent. Children in the crowd were ushered outside as the medical team continued resuscitation efforts. For nearly 20 minutes, they fought to restart his heart. Paramedics arrived and took over, applying a defibrillator.
The fuck? Nigga kicked that hard? Ah, shit. I didn't mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
The electric shocks caused his body to jolt, but his heart showed no response. Despite their desperate efforts, Santos Souza never regained consciousness. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Medical examiners later determined he had suffered sudden cardiac arrest, likely triggered by commotio cordis, a rare but fatal disruption of heart rhythm caused by a precise impact to the chest wall at a critical moment in the cardiac cycle. Lightning's sudden strike on the pitch. On October 10, 2018, dark clouds gathered over Banyumas, Indonesia, as two local teams competed on a municipal football field. Raharja, a 35-year-old midfielder for FBI Banyumas, moved across the pitch with the confident stride of a veteran player. The weather had been threatening all afternoon, with humid air and distant thunder, but officials allowed the match to continue. In the 70th minute of play, light rain began to fall. Players glanced upward, but the precipitation seemed manageable. Spectators opened umbrellas as they continued watching from the sidelines. No one recognized the danger as the storm intensified rapidly. At precisely 4:17 p.m., a brilliant flash illuminated the entire pitch. The bolt struck without warning. Video footage later showed the lightning hitting just above the center of the field. Electrical current dispersed across the wet ground. Raharja, positioned near midfield, took the full impact. His body convulsed instantly and fell backward. For a moment, other players didn't realize what had happened, assuming he had slipped on the increasingly wet surface. Then someone shouted for help. Players from both teams rushed to his motionless form. Raharja lay perfectly still, his jersey smoking slightly from the intense heat. Medical staff reached him within seconds.
He didn't turn into the Flash? Alright, my bad.
Pulse was weak and erratic. Burns marked his chest and left shoulder where the current had entered his body. The rain intensified as paramedics performed CPR on the muddy field. An ambulance arrived 7 minutes later. Raharja was rushed to Banyumas Regional Hospital as teammates and spectators watched in stunned silence. Inside the emergency room, doctors found severe internal damage. The electrical current had caused severe disruption to his cardiac rhythm. Despite aggressive resuscitation efforts, including repeated defibrillation and emergency medications, Raharja's heart could not be stabilized. The electrical burn pathway had created irreversible damage to his cardiac tissue. At 5:42 p.m., just 85 minutes after being struck, Raharja was pronounced dead. Meteorologists later confirmed the bolt had delivered approximately 300 million volts of electricity through his body, far more than any human could survive. The platform dive gone wrong. On July 29, 1983, the Commonwealth Pool in Edmonton, Canada was filled with spectators attending the World University Games. Chalabashvili, a 21-year-old Soviet
metal diving board, like solid.
On July 29th...
Oh, it's 1983 where everybody was some dumb motherfuckers like, oh, okay, we'll just put this shit over here and hopefully nobody can crack the goddamn head on it.
1983, the Commonwealth Pool in Edmonton, Canada was filled with spectators attending the World University Games. Chalabashvili, a 21-year-old Soviet diver, was considered one of the most promising talents in the sport. His specialty was the 10-meter platform, where he regularly executed dives of the highest difficulty with seemingly effortless precision. For his fourth dive of the competition, Chalabashvili prepared to attempt a reverse 3.5 somersault in the tuck position, one of the most challenging dives in the sport. He stood at the edge of the platform, concentrating intensely. The crowd fell silent as he began his approach. His takeoff from the platform appeared normal. He gained appropriate height and initiated his rotation. But something went wrong in midair. Chalabashvili's body opened up slightly too early from the tight tuck position. This critical error threw off his rotation speed. As he descended toward the water, it became clear he wouldn't complete the required rotations. Instead of entering the water vertically, Chalabashvili struck the back of his head directly on the concrete platform. The sound of the impact echoed through the suddenly silent arena. His body fell limply into the pool. Blood immediately clouded the water around him. Fellow divers jumped in to assist as medical personnel rushed to the scene. Chalabashvili was unconscious when they pulled him from the water. A deep gash exposed his skull where it had struck the unyielding concrete. Paramedics stabilized his neck and applied pressure to the wound. His vital signs were weak, present as they loaded him into an ambulance. Doctors at the University of Alberta Hospital found that the impact had caused severe trauma to his brainstem and cerebellum. Chalabashvili was placed on life support in the intensive care unit. For 9 days, he remained in a deep coma, showing no signs of neurological activity. Despite aggressive medical intervention, the damage was irreversible. His brain had been critically injured at the moment of impact. On August 7, 1983, Sergei Chalabashvili's heart stopped beating. He died without ever regaining consciousness. His promising career and young life ended by a split-second miscalculation. Collision with the machine. On February 22, 1992, the crisp mountain air of Les Arcs, France, was filled with anticipation as athletes prepared for the speed skiing competition at the Albertville Winter Olympics. Bochete, a 27-year-old Swiss competitor, was among the favorites in this demonstration sport, where skiers regularly exceeded 125 miles per hour down specially prepared slopes. The morning was perfect for training. Clear visibility, firm snow conditions, minimal wind. Bochete and several teammates decided to take a warm-up run before the day's official practice. They set out on a marked trail adjacent to the competition course, building speed gradually as they descended. Bochete accelerated into a gentle depression in the slope, his body in the aerodynamic tuck position that speed skiers use to minimize wind resistance. His specialized suit and helmet were designed for maximum velocity. At approximately 68 miles per hour, he approached a small rise in the terrain. As he crested the hill, Bochete had no time to react. Snowcat, a large machine used for grooming ski slopes, was parked directly in his path. The machine had been maintaining a service road that intersected with the training run. No warning signs or barriers had been placed to alert skiers. The impact was devastating. Bochete's body struck the metal vehicle with tremendous force. His momentum carried him into the machine's steel frame and treads. The sound of the collision alerted nearby skiers and course workers, who rushed to the scene. Medical personnel arrived within minutes, but there was nothing they could do. The trauma to Bochete's head, chest, and internal organs was immediate and fatal. The impact had caused massive internal hemorrhaging and multiple compound fractures. He died instantly upon collision. Spectators and fellow competitors gathered at the scene, many in tears as news of the accident spread. Olympic officials quickly announced the postponement of all speed skiing events. Flags at the Olympic venues were lowered to half-mast. An investigation later revealed critical failures in communication between course officials and maintenance crews. The Snowcat operator had no radio contact with event coordinators and was unaware athletes would be using the training run that morning. Spectacle silenced. On March 15, 1971, a modest crowd gathered in the small Belgian town of Retail to watch a local cycling race. Montserrat, the reigning world champion, stood out immediately in his distinctive rainbow jersey, the coveted garment awarded only to world champions. At just 22 years old, he was already considered one of cycling's brightest stars. The race was a minor event on the Belgian calendar, nothing like the major classics or grand tours where Montserrat normally competed. For him, it was a chance to build form early in the season while racing close to home. The 10-kilometer circuit wound through narrow country roads lined with spectators enjoying the first hints of spring. Montserrat quickly established himself at the front of the race. His powerful pedal stroke and professional positioning in the peloton made him easy to spot, even without the distinctive jersey. As he approached the 4th kilometer of the course, he was riding confidently near the front of a small breakaway group. The road ahead appeared clear. Race marshals had blocked most intersections, but not all local residents had been properly notified about road closures. A small British-made car suddenly appeared on the course, driven by an elderly man who was unaware of the ongoing race. The vehicle moved directly into the path of the oncoming cyclists. Other riders swerved frantically. Montserrat, positioned on the outside of the group, had nowhere to go. His bicycle struck the car's front bumper at approximately 30 miles per hour. The impact launched him over the handlebars. Montserrat's body hit the windshield before being thrown onto the asphalt. His helmet...
That shit didn't shatter, bro? That's crazy.
Basic leather protection by modern standards provided minimal protection. Spectators screamed as they witnessed the world champion lying motionless on the pavement. Blood pooled beneath his head. Medical assistants arrived within minutes. A doctor from the crowd immediately began resuscitation efforts as race officials radioed for an ambulance. Despite their desperate attempts, Montserrat's injuries were too severe. The impact had caused severe trauma to his skull and cervical spine. At 4:15 p.m., less than 30 minutes after the collision, Jean-Pierre Montserrat was pronounced dead at the scene. The rainbow jersey, cycling's most prestigious symbol, was stained with the blood of its youngest champion. Olympic heat miscalculation. On July 14, 1912, spectators gathered along the marathon route at the Stockholm Olympics. Lázaro, a 21-year-old Portuguese, gathered along the marathon route at the Stockholm Olympics.
What are we looking at, chat? What the hell?
Lázaro, a 21-year-old Portuguese runner, was among the 68 competitors prepared to tackle the 26.2-mile course. The weather conditions were unusually brutal for Sweden. Temperatures reached 89 degrees Fahrenheit with high humidity and no cloud cover. Before the race, Lazaro made a critical decision based on faulty medical understanding of the time. He covered large portions of his body with a thick layer of suet, animal fat typically used for cooking. This was common practice among some athletes who believed it would prevent sunburn and reduce water loss through the skin. At 1:45 p.m., the marathon began. Lazaro started conservatively, settling into a steady rhythm as the pack made its way through Stockholm's streets. Spectators noted his determined expression as he passed the early checkpoints. For the first 10 kilometers, he appeared strong and composed. As the race progressed, the temperature continued to climb. By the 25-kilometer mark, many runners were showing visible signs of heat distress. Lazaro began to struggle. His pace slowed. Witnesses reported seeing him stagger slightly, his gait becoming irregular. The suet coating, rather than protecting him, was preventing his body from cooling through natural perspiration.
I've actually heard of
At the 30-kilometer mark, near the town of Sollentuna, Lazaro suddenly veered to the side of the road.
I watched it in a different, I think it was either a different channel or the same thing. He said it was a Olympic, all Olympic deaths.
His legs buckled beneath him. He collapsed onto the dusty surface, unconscious. Race officials and medical personnel rushed to his aid. His skin was alarmingly hot to the touch, yet completely dry. Doctors at the scene recognized the symptoms of severe hyperthermia. Lazaro's core temperature had risen to dangerous levels. His pulse was rapid but weak, despite having water poured
Whoever created this style of making videos where it's like, things to explain in 16
over him
minutes
and
shit
being
like that.
transported quickly to a
Whoever
nearby
created
medical
that,
facility,
he
his
was
condition
copying him
deteriorated
and-
rapidly.
Yeah.
For several hours, medical staff fought to lower his temperature and restore fluid balance. His organs began shutting down one by one as the accumulated heat damage spread throughout his system. His heart, already strained from the race, could not sustain the additional stress. At 7:30 a.m. the following day, Francisco Lazaro died without regaining consciousness. He became the first athlete to die during competition in the modern Olympic Games. The autopsy revealed extreme dehydration and electrolyte imbalances that led to multiple organ failure. If you want to see more videos like this, click the video on screen now and make sure to subscribe.
Video. Oh yeah, he made the video. W video. Okay, what are we doing now, chat? What are we doing now? What should we do, chat? What should we do?
Marilyn was getting a lot of heat at the time, and I felt like he was getting a bad rap.
Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
You know, whatever kind of music it is, I'm gonna stick up for my fellow artist. And by golly, I did that. I did just that. And I stuck up for him, and he was in my video looking naked.
22's getting bullied and shoots up in school, and they blame it on Maryland. And the heroin, where was the parents at? And look where it's at, middle America. Now it's a tragedy, now it's so sad to see. Upper class city, having is happening. Could attack him and them, cause I rap this way. But I'm playing.
I didn't see that shit.
This scene from One Punch Man Season 3 is going viral, and it confirms something I've been fearing this whole time. In episode 3 of the series, we finally get the first fight of this action-packed season, with the battle between Garo, Bug God, and Royal Ripper. For the most part, the fight looks okay outside of some awkward cuts, but the real head-scratcher comes in this very brief shot of Royal Ripper, where it appears that he's suddenly been drawn as a woman. Now, I'm almost certain that this gender swap was intentional, not to plant some Easter egg or anything, but likely because the freelancer that drew this scene genuinely thought Ripper was a woman. Now, while this may be some funny little mistake, it actually exposes a major issue that explains why this season has looked so wonky at times, which is that JC's staff was given such a short production timeline to make this season that the studio had to outsource a lot of the scenes to a lot of freelance animators, making it harder to do quality control on everyone. Also,
that just pissed me off, bro. Whatever I just saw, bro. Oh, wait. I got another video. This actually makes sense. Why Los Angeles is America's most confusing city.
This is Los Angeles, a city that's often described as the definition of the typical urban sprawl we see in most of America, consisting of endless low-density suburbs, freeways in every direction, and parking lots everywhere. While this isn't entirely wrong, Los Angeles, despite what most would guess,
Why are you speaking to me in my ear like that? What the hell?
is actually the single most densely populated urban area in the United States. With 7,009 people per square mile, even denser than New York's 5,239. That might sound impossible, but it tells us something important about how this region was built up and how it really works. Unlike New York, where density gradually decreases farther from the city center, Los Angeles maintains a more evenly distributed population across its sprawling metro area. Part of the reason for this is that what most people think of as Los Angeles isn't just a single city. It's a collection of more than 80 independent municipalities, all connected into one massive continuous metro. For comparison, this is the actual city of Los Angeles, which doesn't include places like Santa Monica.
Why the hell does it look like that? I just, like, yo, why does it look like that? It would make so much sense if you added this part, added this whole little section. And then, I mean, this is fucking retarded, but yeah, you can leave that. And then this would make sense as being LA. But why is it specifically cut out like this?
Beverly Hills or Compton, all of which most outsiders assume are Los Angeles. So what's actually going on here, and how did LA become one of America's most confusing cities? To understand how Los Angeles became the city it is today, we need to go back to the late 1800s. At this point, LA was still a remote town with limited connections to the rest of the country, but this would quickly change. The arrival of Southern Pacific and Santa Fe railroads connected LA to national markets and attracted thousands of people thanks to the promotions of its sunny Mediterranean climate and cheap land. In just 30 years, the population increased from 11,000 in 1880 to 319,000 by 1910. Around this period, the Los Angeles Aqueduct was constructed. Because only the city of Los Angeles could access the water supply, LA annexed several neighboring communities like Hollywood, San Pedro, and the San Fernando Valley in order to expand. This largely enabled urban sprawl because land that was previously dry and undeveloped could now support homes. By 1930, the city had reached 1.2 million people, surpassing San Francisco and becoming the fifth largest city in the country. And the growth didn't stop. After World War II, LA, much like other American cities, embraced the car as the default way to get around. And the extensive freeway system that was built to accommodate all the cars made it easy for people and businesses to spread out across the region, instead of concentrating growth in the city core. Shortly put, the area became extremely sprawling. With each passing year, the gaps between the different cities shrank as new developments pushed farther outward. It's only in recent years that Los Angeles' growth has really begun to slow significantly. The results? Well, a giant urban area that has basically taken up all the developable land, home to 18.3 million people. But as I mentioned at the start, even though it looks like one city, it is made up of 5 different counties and home to hundreds of incorporated cities and towns. Los Angeles County has 88 separate cities by itself, each with its own mayor and council. Most will even have their own fire and police departments. But aside from this, knowing which city you're actually in can be tricky. Just look at the map of the actual city of Los Angeles. It is strangely shaped, mainly due to the shoestring strip, which is a long, narrow strip of land that connects the main city to the port towns of Wilmington and San Pedro. This land was annexed by LA to ensure that the city controlled the port and the economic benefits that came with it. There are also independent cities that are basically surrounded by the city of LA, like Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, and San Fernando. This fragmented setup makes the whole area feel kind of chaotic and inconsistent. You can drive for just a few minutes and cross multiple city limits without even realizing it. The different cities also have their own zoning and land use laws, which can vary widely depending on the city. You can clearly see this, for example, when you walk into Beverly Hills from Los Angeles. On the LA side, you'll generally see taller buildings and mixed-use developments, while Beverly Hills has shorter buildings as a result of their stricter density restrictions. A similar contrast appears when you're crossing from West LA into Santa Monica. Santa Monica's zoning emphasizes a much more pedestrian-friendly, coastal character with narrower streets and consistent building forms, while Los Angeles feels more sprawling and car-oriented just a few blocks away. As a result of the way the Los Angeles metro area has developed, it has also become much more dense than most people realize. As I mentioned at the
Like, what is... Alright, I mean... Thank you for the video, bro, but... Yo... I ain't trying to diss you and all, but your voice is kind of like... I don't know, it's kind of like... It's like molesting me, bro. I don't like the way it sounds. It sounds kind of weird.
start of the video, it is actually the most densely populated urban area in the US, with approximately 7,009 people per square mile, which is even more than New York's 5,239. But how is this even possible? Compared to not just New York, but most large cities, LA's downtown area is very small. And additionally, as you can see in this map, 74% of the land in just the city itself is zoned exclusively for single-family homes. Well, despite this, the density is very evenly spread out across the whole area, rather than concentrating in the city core and tapering off the further out you go. And even in places that feel suburban, like Highland Park, North Hollywood, Long Beach, or Pomona, the housing isn't as low density as it looks. First of all, the houses are pretty close together all throughout the metro. On most streets, you'll also find duplexes, small 2- or 3-story apartment buildings, courtyard buildings, and backyard units tucked behind single-family homes. This kind of housing is often called the missing middle, because it is lacking in many US cities. In LA, however, these smaller multifamily buildings are everywhere, while quietly adding population density without changing the character of the street. Yet, the way LA has developed hasn't come without a number of problems. One of the biggest issues is the lack of public transit. In the early 20th century, Los Angeles had what many considered one of the world's best public transit systems, known as the electric red car. However, after the 1940s, it declined significantly because the city pretty much ditched it in favor of cars.
Damn.
LA has invested a lot of money into its metro system.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Lordy Lord. Doing everything but helping the crime rate go down. Yo. I mean, the crime rate in LA is not even that bad, is it, chat? I don't even know. I'll say LA. Because they're talking about LA, so. Higher than the national average. What do they mean by that? Declining. Oh, it's declining. Wait, no, it isn't. No, this is 2022. When was the article? I don't know. I'm just gonna. 2025. Downward trend with significant drops. Oh, never mind. My fault, LA. You got it. You can spend the 900 mil now. Yep, because I said so.
In recent years, and plans to expand it even further. It's still not efficient enough, especially considering driving often takes less time. The current layout would simply make it nearly impossible to build a transit system that effectively serves everyone. That's why, despite being the most densely populated urban area in the country, LA is still extremely car dependent. As I mentioned, after the 1940s, its entire transportation network was rebuilt around the assumption that everyone would drive. And for decades, that actually worked. However, as the population has continued to grow, its highways have become some of the most congested in the world. According to INRIX.com, LA drivers lost an average of 88.
LA is so fucking expensive, though. That's what I like. That's like, Lord have mercy, bro. Texas? Oh, my camera. Hold on, chat. We back. Okay, we're back. Anyway, LA is so dang expensive, chat. Like, what the shit, isn't it? No, I'm gonna go in Zillow. If you go in Zillow. If you go. Let's say average home price in California. Oh my god. Oh my. Like, what the hell? What the heliante, bro? What are you doing, chat? Oh, wow. The average or median home price in California is approximately $809,000 to $906,000. Now, if you go to, like, Texas. Bro, you're lucky my camera went out. I was looking at... I didn't even notice my camera went out. My bad shot. The amount of times this camera went out. Bro, it's like my first stream. Remember my first stream shot? If y'all were there. But anyway, like... Oh my fucking god, bro. Oh my lord! If it goes out one more time, I'm gonna crash out. Dude. I did that on purpose. But what the friggity frick are we doing, bro? What are we doing? Because the fact that you're over here costing this much for, I mean, for California, and motherfuckers like this exist. 300,000 for the average home. And let's look average home in Texas. Average home in Texas. Alright, that's cap. Now this is some bullshit. This is cap. I guess. Like, what type of... This is some bull, bro. No average person is... Alright, you know what? Not even gonna waste my time. I'm gonna waste my time on that bullshit. North Carolina, because who the hell lives in North Carolina? Like, what the hell? Oh. Let's look at the price. Yeah. More expensive than Texas, but isn't it? I'd rather live over here than fucking LA. What the hell is going on over here?
Hours in traffic in 2024, which made it the third worst city for traffic in the country after New York.
Oh my god. Oh, New York? Oh my lordy lord. Hold on. Let me go on a tangent real quick, chat. I never been in New York. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I ain't never been in New York. But I swear, oh Lord have mercy, I would never want to live in there. My girl always talking about some, oh my gosh, I would love to live in New York. Da-da-da. No, New York is terrible, bro. First off, everybody is shoulder to shoulder. Everybody's walking like a bunch of penguins. It's cold as hell. The prices in homes is high as giraffe pussy. And you mean to tell me that after all these years, they still haven't got like there's no situation over there. And on top of that, New York is like not even built for freaking like I think it's like, from my understanding, it's like mostly walking too or something like that. That's why traffic is pretty bad or something. I don't know.
Chicago.
I don't live in New York, so I don't know.
Despite its
But please,
chaos,
if you live in New York, tell me why in the world is it bumper to bumper, ha 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 the whole time, bro? Yo, why do I keep clicking the wrong button?
problems, LA's sprawling and fragmented structure hides a surprising density and complexity that makes it unlike any other city in the country. Thank you all for watching.
W video. W video. W video. gotta see who's live right now. He's still live. 40K. 10K dropped off already? Damn. How long have you been live for though?
Around. There's
4 hours. Isn't it?
to be honest. So my strategy is gonna be drive fast.
Fortnite is completely unrecognizable right now.
Here's why Invincible's daughter Terra is a weak Viltrumite. Terra was born a half-human Viltrumite, just like her dad Mark, but she is not strong like her dad. We know Viltrumites get stronger as they age and gain battle experience, but most of the Viltrumites we've seen survive devastating wars and purges, which is why they're some of the strongest beings in the universe. But Terra isn't like them. Since the day she was born, she was protected by her dad, the strongest Viltrumite, and other powerful allies. She never faced any real danger. Therefore, until adulthood, Terra lived like a princess, only fighting weak monsters and doing basic superhero tasks, never pushed herself to her limits. Because of that, she never gained any real strength, remaining just a base-level Viltrumite.
I mean, I know it's cool. I might say something sexist right now, but I know it's cool when, you know, they add, like, you know, daughters and females and, you know, stories. But why don't you just use the son, bro, so he can continue his bloodline? Because he has a daughter, any weak-ass daughter, too. Not because she's a female, but just because Mark was a terrible ass dad, and nobody's gonna be carrying on the legacy. Nobody's gonna carry on the bloodline. But whatever, I guess. Michael Jackson, oh shiznit. But yeah, what the hell?
Dinner is served.
My twin sister, Haley Detrapagite.
Dig it? Oh, hell no. You're not eating that. Richie,
Oh!
Mama, that food is nasty. Let me cook y'all something.
She has a cooking channel or something?
Let's get to work.
Y'all gonna show this some love, y'all.
Everybody could use a bit of soul food. Now, who's gonna cook it like Kaya? Dinner is served.
My twin sister, Haley Detrapagite.
That's what's up. Every movie fixed after fan backlash. Every movie fixed after fan backlash explained in 8 minutes. Is LeBron James, I promise, will failing.
Sonic the
Yo, let's watch this video. This is peak though. We're gonna see. It's how you come back. It's how you get a. These are the greatest comebacks ever.
Sonic the Hedgehog 2020. This is the gold standard on how powerful fan voices can be. When the first Sonic the Hedgehog trailer dropped in
Yo, they're sending the team death threats because they saw this trailer. 2019, when that trailer released, bro, they were sending death threats. That's how bad it was. That's how niggas would not like that trailer, bro. That's how. I mean, he looked retarded, but I mean, it wasn't over. It wasn't worthy to be sending niggas death threats, bro.
2019, it felt like a bad dream. Sonic had human teeth, awkward proportions, and looked more like a rejected mascot costume than a video game hero. Fans instantly revolted online. Memes, videos,
Gotta go fast.
and full-blown petitions spread like wildfire. To their credit, Paramount Pictures listened. Director Jeff Fowler announced that the film would be delayed so the team could redesign Sonic from the ground up.
Oh, just that the message was clear. I mean, our priority and our responsibility really begins and ends with the fans.
And the fix wasn't cheap. It reportedly cost around $5 million to redo the CGI. But the difference? It was night and day. The new Sonic looked faithful, adorable, and instantly recognizable. So the result was Sonic the Hedgehog became a box office hit. Especially with all that hype and noise, it earned $319 million worldwide, spawned a sequel, and even secured a third film and spin-off series. It went from a meme
And a
to one
fourth
of the
one
most
upcoming.
successful video game movies ever. As a video game movie, that says a lot. All because fans refused to settle for this version of Sonic. Cats, 2019. On the opposite end of the spectrum lies Cats, a movie that tried to fix things after the damage was already done. When Universal Pictures released the trailer, audiences were stunned, but not in a good way. The characters look like strange, furry hybrids of people and animals, complete with unsettling facial movements and blank stares. Social media exploded with memes, and the Cats trailer became an internet horror event. Despite the backlash, the studio pushed ahead, but once reviews came in calling it a cinematic letterbox, they scrambled to patch it. Universal quietly sent theaters a new version of the film days after release, featuring slightly improved CGI. Unfortunately, it was too late. The movie bombed, making just $75 million against a $95 million budget, and became an infamous example of Hollywood's over-reliance on digital effects.
You were so animated about it. You were so excited about it. I mean, I have no idea what to expect. I haven't seen the movie.
Aladdin, 1992. Even Disney's golden age wasn't immune to controversy. The original Aladdin was a cultural phenomenon. Robin Williams' genie, Alan Menken's score, and its vivid animation made it one of Disney's biggest hits of the 90s. But not everyone was enchanted. The film's opening song, Arabian Nights, contained the lyric, "Where they cut off your ear if they don't like your face." This line sparked outrage from the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, who criticized it as a harmful stereotype. Disney responded swiftly. When Aladdin was released on home video, the lyric was rewritten to remove the offensive reference, changing it to a softer, less violent line about the heat and culture of the region. It's one of the earliest examples of a studio editing a movie after release due to cultural backlash. A small change that showed how sensitive representation matters, even in a cartoon.
Abu! Don't touch anything. We gotta find that lamp.
Wreck-It Ralph 2.
Yeah, let's
Ralph
move
Breaks
on
the
to
Internet,
Disney will fucking
2018.
flag
What was
bitch.
supposed to be a fun sequel nearly turned into a PR nightmare. When Disney released the trailer for Ralph Breaks the Internet, fans were excited to see Vanellope interact with all the Disney princesses in one hilarious scene. But something was off. Princess Tiana and Pocahontas didn't look right. Their skin tones were lighter, their features sharper.
What kind of a princess are you?
And fans, especially from the black community, quickly noticed. The backlash was loud enough that Disney called in the original Princess and the Frog animators to help fix Tiana's
Why didn't they just
design.
do that
They
in the
reanimated her scenes to better reflect her original look and darker complexion. The same went for Pocahontas, whose model was adjusted to more closely match her 2D form. The change earned praise from fans, showing that even the world's biggest animation studio could...
Tiana don't look good in 3D, bro. What the hell? I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Listen, learn, and correct pixel by pixel.
That's what happens when a princess sings about her dreams.
Oh, that's never happened to me. I mean, not even once.
Why don't you give it a try?
Bird Box, 2018. Not
Never
every
even
fix
seen it.
comes from fan
Never seen it,
complaints.
chat.
Sometimes
Never
it's
seen
from something much deeper. Netflix's Bird Box became a massive streaming hit thanks to its eerie premise of an invincible force driving people to suicide. But not long after release, viewers discovered something disturbing. A scene of a news broadcast showing a real-life tragedy.
The eyewitness reports tell of people exhibiting psychotic behavior.
The 2013 Lac-Mégantic train disaster in Quebec, where 47 people lost their lives. I might butcher the train name, so I'm sorry. Outrage followed. Families and local officials demanded Netflix remove the footage, calling it disrespectful and exploitative. At first, Netflix refused, but after months of pressure, the company relented and replaced the footage with clips from an American TV drama. It was a sobering reminder that realism has its limits, and that sensitivity matters just as much as suspense.
That must have been so hard to yell at those kids. Actually, it was really easy.
The Predator, 2018. This one wasn't a visual issue. It was an ethical one.
I feel like Predator fell off after like the second one, bro. Why did I spell it like that? Schwarzenegger was in the first one. No movies, niggas. Oh, there's only two. There's only okay. Then it fell off after the first one. I thought there was like 5 of them, bro. Wait, there is Alien versus Predator. Then there's like the newest one, and there's like Prey and shit
Shane
like that.
Black's The Predator was already under scrutiny for its messy tone, but controversy exploded when it was revealed that one of the actors, Stephen Wilder, was a registered sex offender. Even worse, Shane Black, a longtime friend of Stephen, had hired him knowing that fact. When actress Olivia Munn found out, she immediately alerted the studio. Fox reacted by deleting Stephen's entire scene from the movie before release. The incident sparked major debate in Hollywood about accountability and background checks, with Munn facing public backlash for speaking out. In the end, she was vindicated, and the scene's removal became one of the few universally praised decisions in an otherwise chaotic production.
Made an error, a judgment that is irresponsible. You know, I'm not just a kid who can say, you know, we're making movies in college, put your buddy in the movie. This is an adult decision with big responsibilities.
Fantastic Four, 2015. It's hard to find
It's fantastic. Say that again.
a superhero reboot that crashed harder than this one. Before Fantastic Four even hit theaters, fans were furious. Rumors leaked that Doctor Doom, one of Marvel's greatest villains, would be reimagined not as a mad ruler, but as a reclusive hacker named Victor Domashev. And the internet erupted. Petitions, angry threads, and endless debates forced 20th Century Fox to panic. The studio quickly ordered reshoots, reverting his name to the classic Victor Von Doom and tweaking parts of his origin. But by then, the production was already falling apart. Director Josh Trank clashed with the studio. Massive cuts were made, and the final product felt disjointed and lifeless. Despite trying to appease fans, Fantastic Four failed to ignite any flames, just grossing $167 million on a $155 million budget and earning some of the worst reviews in superhero history.
In a tweet that was posted Thursday and quickly deleted, Trank wrote, "A year ago, I had a fantastic version of this, and it would have received great reviews."
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 2014. This is one of the strangest fan wars of the 2010s.
Nah, I like the Michael Bay Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I like TMNT. I like Michael Bay TMNT. That was fire, in my opinion. Second one was a little better, too.
When producer Michael Bay announced that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reboot would turn the heroes into aliens, not mutants, fans went absolutely reboot would turn the heroes into aliens, not mutants. Fans went absolutely nuclear. Forums exploded. Yes, forums. YouTubers ranted. And even voice actor Robbie Rist, who played Michelangelo in the 90s movies, accused Bay of sodomizing our childhood. The backlash grew so big that Bay and Nickelodeon changed course. The alien concept was scrapped, and the film quietly returned to the classic mutation origin story. They even made fun of the incident in the final film, with April O'Neil joking about how ridiculous the alien turtle idea sounded. It was a cheeky nod to fans who refused to let Hollywood rewrite their childhood heroes. The movie might not have been perfect, but at least the turtles stayed mutants.
How many times do I have to tell you? We don't break things, we fix them.
That's 8 minutes. Thank you for watching. Like the video and don't forget to subscribe. That's their childhood hero idea final film with April O'Neil joking about
Nope. And then he did not do it in exactly 8 minutes. No, I'm playing. But yeah, W video. Whoa, I like that little. I like how YouTube changes the thing about the clipboard, whatever it is. But yeah, that's a fire video. Honestly, maybe just be doing reactions the whole time. I'm not gonna lie.
Did you know that even Henry Cavill needed muscle pads for his Superman suit? Henry Cavill trained for months to become Superman. Heavy lifting, strict diet, intense workouts. He built real muscle, real strength, and in Man of Steel, he looked incredible. But his Superman suit still had muscle padding built into it. Why? Because even with all those gains, a skin-tight bodysuit always makes you look smaller. Just look at his test costume without any padding. The other reason is simple. The camera demands more than reality. No matter how fit an actor gets, the superhero image we expect is larger than life. It's not about looking good, it's about looking unreal. That's why in Batman v Superman, his suit was upgraded with even thicker padding to make him appear even more massive. Did you know that even Henry Cavill
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Nope. Go back. When the actor forgot. Hold on, I gotta see this real quick.
Why has Fabio, the most Michael Jackson-like impersonator, never been recognized by the Jackson family? Compared to Jafar, he has 3 fatal flaws. Fabio is widely recognized as the best Michael impersonator.
In my opinion,
He spent
Chad, that's
millions
really
on
weird
plastic
to be
surgery
like
to replicate
imitating
Michael's
somebody
looks, and he has over 10 million fans.
changing your whole
But
look.
strangely, Fabio was eliminated in the first round of auditions for Michael's biopic. What exactly did he lose to Jafar? First, Fabio's current appearance resembles Michael in his later, ill years. Most of the scenes in the biopic focus on Michael when he was young, with black skin and no plastic surgery. If Fabio played the role, he would almost have to darken his skin the entire time, which would be a waste of time. Secondly, the Jackson family's dance moves are a family secret. Michael and his siblings trained in both vocals and dance from a young age. Jafar, Michael's nephew, started receiving the same training at a young age. Before starring in the biopic, he had already released solo singles and officially became a singer. Meanwhile, Fabio is just an impersonator. He hasn't achieved anything. Why has Fabio, the
Fabio Jackson's a fucking weirdo. Okay, we're gonna see this video.
Every now and then, an actor wakes up and decides.
Why can't I pause it? It's called when an actor when an actor forgot they don't have range.
Every now and then, an actor wakes up and decides to act. Not self-promote, not pose, not stand in front of an explosion in slow motion, but actually perform. It's rare, like watching a golden retriever eat your homework. But when it happens, it's glorious. Because for a brief, shining moment, the cinematic universe forgets that these people have been phoning it in for the last decade, and we get to witness something miraculous.
What's an actor that y'all say doesn't have range? I mean, Megan Fox is on the cover. I'd agree with that. I don't care how bad she is. She don't got range as an actor. Sylvester Stallone. He always got to be in an action movie, bro. Always got to be in an action movie, no matter what. Idris Elba. Is that your name? Is that you say his name? In my opinion, he doesn't have any range, but he's a really good these are really good actors. It's just, in my opinion, you can't see them in anything else in their instead of their perspective category. Like, you can't what's his name? Who played in Taken? Liam Neeson. In my opinion, you can't see him in anything. I mean, he's been in Ted too. That shit was funny as hell, bro. I think. Why did I forget that Liam Neeson was Q Jong, whatever the fuck name is. I almost said Kim Jong Un. Can I even say that? Imagine. I don't know. Why did I forget that Liam Neeson played Obi-Wan? Yo, why did I forget about that? Like, he's in The Naked Gun. He was funny in this one. But I feel like the only thing he can do is be a sarcastic, serious guy. Like a serious guy. Like a satire serious guy. Like in Ted 2, he was being serious, but they're making fun of him because he was being retarded, asking for like the cereal box. Like Chicks Are for Kids. That was funny. And in this one, I haven't even seen this movie, so I can't even talk. Maybe he's actually very funny in this one, and he makes jokes, he cracks jokes, and he's like not really serious in this movie. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't actually seen it. I haven't even seen the original. But yeah, I feel like just those type of actors, a lot of action actors. It's a lot of action actors just don't have range, in my opinion.
Competence. Meh. More like just doing your job that you get paid millions of dollars for. This isn't
like Mark Wahlberg. As much as I fucking hate that dude, and he's like a racist and shit like that, he's a good actor. He's a good actor. He's in action, and he can be
about the Meryl Streeps or Daniel Day-Lewis's of the world. This is about the
Same with
ones who
Dwayne
built
Johnson.
their careers on
I feel like, no offense, Kevin Hart, but he also doesn't have range of an actor. He's only funny. He can't be serious. I mean, he can be, but
flexing, staring
really
attractively
see
into
it.
the distance, mumbling, or just generally existing in front of a camera until the credits roll. All of them have that one role, that weirdly good performance that makes you sit up and go, wait, are they actually acting right now? Sometimes it's a matter of the right director. Sometimes the script is too good to fumble. And sometimes it's purely by accident, like lightning striking a muscle-bound tree. But whatever it is, it's worth studying.
I don't know. Off topic, I want to watch The Tooth Fairy, bro. That movie used to be my childhood.
Because these are the moments where the gods of mediocrity touched the divine and forgot for one fleeting film that they didn't have range. Before he became the world's highest paid motivational speaker, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson actually gave us a taste of a version of him that wasn't allergic to risk or self-awareness. The Rundown was that miracle. This was 2003, pre-franchise uniform, back when The Rock was still figuring out how to act without arching his eyebrow every 5 minutes. And to everyone's shock, he was kind of good. He plays Beck, a bounty hunter with a code, the kind of guy who could beat you half to death but still apologize afterward. This is your typical retired crafty veteran gets called back for one last ride kind of story. And what do you know? The Rock is actually acting like a human being instead of a meme in progress. There's this charm in The Rundown that vanished somewhere between Fast 5 and his third cheat day. It's like watching little Timmy do a cartwheel for the first time, not knowing he'll do it over and over again. And now he's 35 and can't get a job. He's still physically ridiculous, but he's not yet the self-parody he'd later become. He gets to be frustrated, awkward, even a little scared. Emotions that don't typically survive under contractual obligations that count the amount of punches someone can land on you. It's an adventure movie that lets him take those punches, and in doing so, you can almost see a career that could have gone another way. A version of The Rock that embraced being the ex-wrestler who can act, not the actor pretending to be an ex-wrestler who can't. The Rundown showed that he had timing, humility, and some sense of balance between physicality and personality. And then, of course, Hollywood saw that and said, cool,
3D
now
printing.
do the same thing forever, but with worse scripts and tighter shirts. Fast forward 13 years, and The Rock has become the cinematic equivalent of protein powder everywhere, vaguely effective, and impossible to digest in large doses without shitting your pants. But Central Intelligence gets him right again, mainly because it lets him be weird, which he probably is at that level of wealth. He plays Bob Stone, a high school outcast turned CIA operative with the body of a tank and the emotional vulnerability of a golden retriever. This was the rare moment where The Rock wasn't trying to be cool. He was trying to be funny. And it worked because the movie understood the joke. The Rock is built like a demigod but acts like a Disney Channel protagonist who's just happy to be here. And then you have Kevin Hart, who, for once, isn't sprinting around the screen like a caffeine overdose personified. This was when you still thought he just preferred to be funny instead of only being capable of doing that. The chemistry between them works because they swap archetypes. The Rock plays the insecure goofball while Hart plays the straight man, and that inversion makes the whole movie click, at least to me. There's something genuinely sweet about watching The Rock overcommit to this delusional optimism, all while Kevin Hart's character keeps looking at him like, how is this my life right now? For maybe the first and last time, both of them remembered that comedy is about rhythm, not volume. Central Intelligence stands out in both their filmographies because they actually listen to each other, like they're acting together instead of at the camera. The Rock gets to show off vulnerability without sacrificing the charisma, and Kevin Hart gets to be subtle for once in his career. It's funny, it's self-aware, and it proves that maybe, just maybe, these two could have been something special if they hadn't immediately cashed that chemistry in for 5 more buddy action reboots and a jungle full of green screen. Then comes the upside. The one time Kevin Hart looked at a dramatic role and said, yeah, I can do that. And to everyone's surprise, he actually could. Based on a true story, the movie casts Hart opposite Bryan Cranston as an ex-con who becomes caretaker to a wealthy quadriplegic man. Sounds like Oscar bait, right? But here's the twist. Kevin Hart doesn't ruin it with his comedy that we left behind in 2009. In fact, he's phenomenal. There's an ease to his performance that you never get in his comedies. His voice softens, his timing slows down. You can actually feel what he's saying instead of bracing yourself for the next punchline, What's shocking is how naturally he fits into dramatic pacing. You keep waiting for him to slip into that lil man, big energy shtick, but he never does. He just lets the story breathe. There's a scene near the midpoint where he's talking to Cranston's character about purpose. And for a moment, you completely forget you're watching Kevin Hart. It's that rare glimpse of depth you always hoped he had buried.
What's it called? Did he have it credited in? No. Let me just check Kevin Hart. This is the movie that I want to watch. Where can I watch it? Bet. I'm going to watch it today. Not even today. Oh, The Upside. It's called The Upside. Okay, I'm going to watch these two.
Somewhere under all that cardio. You see, now I don't feel bad for making all these videos on them because I've seen what they're capable of. The Upside doesn't reinvent him, but it does expose something honest, a kind of emotional discipline he rarely gets credit for. Of course, that lasted about one movie before he went back to screaming at Dwayne Johnson for 2 hours because he realized the movies get 9 figures anyway. But hey, for one brief shining moment...
Ooh, I feel like, though, like, you can't be shitting on him about it. I mean, it depends. He's an actually good actor. It's just that I feel like, you know, it can get annoying sometimes. But not to the point where it's like you generally just sick of it.
Kevin Hart had range. Jack Black in Bernie is one of those rare casting miracles where everything that usually makes an actor unbearable suddenly becomes the exact ingredient that makes the role work. You can feel Linklater understood.
Jack Black now is unbearable because of Minecraft, in my opinion. The Minecraft movie made him, for me, unbearable. Nacho Libre was funny, but I don't like
Jack's
him anymore.
natural excess, the need to charm, the inability to be still, the way he treats dialogue like a trampoline, and weaponized it. Bernie Tiede is a man so sweet and performatively kind that it borders on eerie. And Jack plays into that paradox with this eerie gentleness that feels like he's trapped between sincerity and showmanship. He sings hymns, he comforts widows, he plans funerals like Broadway productions, but there's always something twitching underneath. A guilt, a need to be adored, the shadow of someone who can't stop performing even when no one's watching. It's almost chilling how his natural comedic rhythms make Bernie's people-pleasing believable. He's not playing serious, he's just channeling his comedy into control, like a clown who's suddenly afraid of laughter and realizes some people find him scary. And you can see the flicker of exhaustion in his face,
kind of a bar.
that tight smile that says, I need this attention to survive. That's acting. That's real range. And then you've got King Kong, where he morphs into pure selfish ambition. Carl Denham is this manic old Hollywood showman who sees the world as an opportunity to make content, basically an influencer before ring lights, and Jack Black embodies that desperation with an intensity that's at times uncomfortable to watch. He plays it straight, but there's always this manic gleam in his eyes that feels like it could flip into a punchline at any moment. When he's not shouting about the eighth wonder of the world, he's quietly watching the chaos he caused, calculating how to turn tragedy into spectacle. It's the most self-aware he's ever been as a performer because you can see him wrestling with his own persona. In that moment, Jack Black the comedian disappears, and what's left is a man who will risk everything for the sake of being remembered. It's haunting, almost tragic, and maybe the closest he's ever come to playing himself without realizing it. I really had to scratch my head to find something nice to say about Gal's performances. I really did. I guess by process of elimination, it's Zack Snyder's Justice League, where you're too distracted to see her deadpan delivery because you hear yodeling every time she's on screen. Gal Gadot's performance in Zack Snyder's Justice League is the definition of being carried by tone and cinematography. But to her credit, she gets Snyder's tone better than anyone else in the movie. She's not playing a person, she's playing a symbol, and the movie treats her like a moving fresco. Every gesture is deliberate, every glance designed for a slow-motion shot, of which there are many in this terrible movie, rather than a feeling. I probably upset some Snyder cultists by saying it's a bad movie, but that's alright. We'll all have to wait a few months for their 3-hour response video to come out. Anyways, this look actually works for her. Gadot's limited emotional range turns into this unshakable calm that feels almost mythic, like she's half aware she's too beautiful to emote. When she moves, it's graceful in that old-school silent era sense. She's a projection of an idea. The divine warrior who doesn't need to convince you she's powerful because the camera believes it. The delivery is still stiff, the line readings are flatter than the Amazonian plains, but in Snyder's world of slow-motion gods, that stiffness becomes part of the aesthetic. It's all about looking eternal, and that's exactly what Gal Gadot can do. Megan Fox Until Death feels like she finally understood the kind of movie she belongs in, one that doesn't ask her to be human, but to react like someone desperately trying to appear human. And that's a compliment. Well, not really. In this movie, her flatness works well. The detached, slightly glazed performance that made her unbearable in Transformers, unless you weren't watching for her acting chops, becomes a kind of eerie survival mechanism. She plays a woman handcuffed to her dead husband in a cabin, forced to outthink two intruders while dragging a corpse around the snow, and she actually sells it. The stillness that used to feel like laziness now feels like composure. She doesn't overact the fear or try to cry her way into empathy. She just stays alive. And you believe she could. The camera lingers on her face. And for once, her beauty feels like a burden. She's bruised, exhausted, stripped of glamour, and you can tell she's finally working with the genre instead of against it. It's not range in the traditional sense, but it's awareness. She knows how she's perceived and uses that to her advantage, if you know what I'm saying. Watching Till Death almost feels like watching a career self-correct. She probably realized she'll never win an Oscar unless it's from Brazzers, so she might as well make being trapped in a snowstorm look iconic.
Yo, are we fucking kidding me, bro? Damn. This nigga's been cooking everybody, but damn.
If Till Death was Megan Fox learning how to survive, Jennifer's Body was her learning how to perform. It's wild that a movie once written off as a disaster is now regarded as a cult masterpiece. Because Fox was doing the assignment years before people realized what the assignment was. She plays Jennifer Check like a walking manifestation of the male gaze, self-aware, weaponized, and a little tragic underneath the smirk. The genius is in how she doesn't overplay the monster. She doesn't try to humanize the demon or wink at the camera, she just is. Her line delivery feels like it's been filtered through 6 layers of confidence and exhaustion, as if she's sick of being adored but still addicted to it. It's also one of the few roles where Fox gets to be funny on her own terms, not just eye candy for someone else's punchlines. She managed to make possession feel like empowerment and horror feel like heartbreak. Watching Jennifer's Body now feels like a retroactive apology from everyone who didn't take her seriously, because for once, she got to play the caricature and control it at the same time. Before Mark Wahlberg became the patron saint of Boston Gym Bros, and the face of that one guy who definitely calls it the industry he actually acted, Three Kings might be the only film where he's not playing himself with varying levels of volume. As Troy Barlow, Wahlberg captures something he rarely has since: innocence. He's not the loudest guy in the room or the one cracking tough guy one-liners. He's just a kid who thought the Gulf War would be exciting and realizes it's all senseless chaos. His performance is jittery, but genuine. The kind of emotional palette he later buried under years of macho self-parody. There's a scene where he's captured and tortured, and instead of the stoic silence most action stars default to, he's panicked, pleading, damn terrified. It's disarming to watch because Wahlberg, the guy who'd later beat up CGI aliens and robots with nonchalance, looks completely breakable. You almost wish this version of him stuck around longer. But, like all tragic cases of self-awareness gone wrong, Three Kings was the exception that proved the rule. Once he realized audiences preferred the swagger and less clothing on his upper body, he traded complexity for confidence. And honestly, we lost something. The actor disappeared, but the meme was born. The fighter feels like the last time Mark Wahlberg remembered what acting actually is. As Mickey Ward, he dials it all the way down and becomes something he rarely is: vulnerable. He's not trying to prove he's the toughest guy in the room. He's just a guy in the room trying to survive the people around him and make an honest career in boxing. Christian Bale may have won the Oscar for his self-destructive brother, Dickie Eklund, but Wahlberg holds his own. I think it's to do with the chemistry they've got. The way he looks at Dickie with endearment, seeing his brother fight this addiction his whole life, you can see the inner conflict boiling in his eyes. It's weirdly touching to see him act without ego, like the movie forgot to tell him he was Mark Wahlberg. Every jab looks like it costs him something. By the time he gets his moment in the ring, it's a sigh of relief. He stops playing the American dream and starts embodying the exhaustion that comes with chasing it. Maybe Bale just made him act better by proxy, probably threatened him to step his game up before he gains 30 pounds of muscle and take his gig. All these actors have been memed to death for being one-dimensional, and rightfully so. But When the material lines up perfectly with who they actually are, or at least who we think they are, something almost magical happens. Jack Black's manic warmth becomes soulfulness in Bernie. The Rock's charm finally fits into a role that's supposed to be larger than life. Megan Fox's detachment turns into grit. Even Gal Gadot, goddess of the blank stare, finds a kind of divine stillness in Snyder's slow-motion religion. Range isn't always about transformation, even though you hear me talk about it all day long. Sometimes it's about being unshakably yourself in a movie that finally understands you. And I'll be honest, I don't usually like doing these videos on bad actors. There's nothing fun about sitting through 3 romantic dramas, waiting for a spark that never comes, or trying to convince yourself that Pain and Gain counts as nuance.
Tomorrow we're gonna react. I already know the 2 videos we're gonna react to. We got this. Remove.
If Christian Bale
One shot. We're gonna set up for the stream for tomorrow. I'm not getting off though. We're gonna. Oh hell yeah! I know exactly what we're gonna react to tomorrow. Cause I already got a video lined up. So this is like, I don't even know. This is just like peak. This is peak. The heck? Kim Kardashian. Ooh. Should we? I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna go to this channel. Whoa. We got flooded in. What's up, guys? Honestly, we should react. Oh, no. We should react to this. Honestly. It's fucking. We should watch it today, huh? We should watch it today, bet. Let's watch it today. Let's watch it right now.
These videos are funded in part by YouTube memberships. Join for just $6 a month and get early, ad-free, uncensored videos and member-exclusive videos that are picked by you. Also, everyone who has an active membership by November 30th will get this free founding member enamel pin. You do have to pay shipping, though, just to be clear. Okay, bye. You know, it's been a long time since we last visited Narnia. I made a video about the first movie way back last December, and man, you know, Narnia is so insane for a kid's book series. I mean, it's awesome.
Hold on, chat. For some odd reason, my live is going black. Oh my god. Hold on. Alright, this is the plan for today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna react to this video, and then we'll see. Because honestly, I really don't know right now.
awesome, but like, it's a heck of a trip, man, I'll tell you that. The first movie came out in 2005, courtesy of Walden Media and Disney, and the second movie came out in 2008. Now, I definitely saw the first movie in theaters, but by 2008, I was living in Tokyo, and what, you think I had money for movie tickets back then? I could barely afford ketchup. But you know, movies like this, I don't know why, but like, they always seem like winter holiday time movies for me. This movie came out in spring, so I have no idea where I made that connection, but I did, so here we are. The Chronicles of Narnia, Prince Caspian, came out to middling reviews, but since I've never seen it, I figured, why not? You know, I like the first movie a lot, so hey, come along, kids. Let's take a walk. But before that, really quick, this video is brought to you by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online community of people who love to learn and love to create. Whether you're looking for a side hustle, full career change, or you just need something to take your mind off the fact that time is moving ever faster and your 20-year high school reunion is coming up real soon. The great thing about Skillshare is that you can learn pretty much anything from a wide variety of teachers. So you can find
I just noticed that this is a fucking ad.
or like enriching your life as a whole. But all interested, use my link and sign up to Skillshare today. Okay, back to the show.
Damn, already? Are we gonna start like that? Shit.
That was...
Really? A baby? In this economy? You seen how much diapers cost? You know how many V-Bucks you could get for that kind of money? So this woman gives birth to a Byabi Boy. And so said baby is almost heir to the throne, except for one dude standing in the way. And so we find out that this guy, who's the nephew of this guy, was supposed to be the new king. But now this guy wants to assassinate this guy so that his new son can be the king instead. This guy is the titular Prince Caspian, by the way.
Professor, what's going on? Your aunt has given birth to a son. You must make for the woods.
The woods?
They won't follow you there. Everything you know is about to change.
Yeah, my dude, trust me, there's like a lion who's Jesus, and Tilda Swinton is like Satan, and like you're about to get your mind crazy blown. Anyway, so Prince Caspian escapes, but then hits his head on a tree branch, like an idiot, and before he gets captured by these dwarves, he blows a very familiar looking horn. Now this takes us to the real world. Well, okay, not real world, but like the other world, the boring world. We see Susan, who despite being back in England for a while now, is obviously still going through it, TM.
You go to St. Finbar's.
That's right.
I go to Hendon House. Across the road.
Yo, that motherfucker is... go the road. Dude, bro, she ain't that... Come on, man. You gotta lock in.
I've seen you. Sitting by yourself.
Yes, well, I prefer to be left alone.
No,
Hunger Games.
I get it. Like, I mean, she lived a whole fantasy life for 30 years just surrounded by hot centaurs and satyr dudes left and right. And then you go home to this? Who are you gonna date now? Some dude who hits his vape every 8 seconds like everyone in London does? After this, Lucy and Susan happen upon Edmund and Peter, who are getting into a fight in the subway. And as you can see, all 4 of the main kids are kind of having some feelings.
Really? Is it that hard just to walk away?
I shouldn't have to. I mean, don't you ever get tired of being treated like a kid? We are kids.
Well, I wasn't always.
It's been a year.
I think it's time to accept that we live here.
And then like 4 seconds later, they feel funny and wham bam bibbida bow, they're back in Narnia again. Like it just happens so fast. Man, life sure sucks now. Oh sweet, Narnia. All right, cool, never mind.
lived here. I think we did.
Hey, that's mine. From my chess set.
So what we come to find out is that because they spent a year in the world without hot centaurs, it's been 1,300 years in Narnia. And so now it's this time where like all the stuff they did back in the first movie is just legends and stories that no one believes anymore. Which is such a cool idea, by the way. Like how the kids get to kind of see this like entire history of Narnia like this.
That's
so cool. But anyway.
I can't even lie.
I can't believe it. It's all still here.
Damn, we've been cooking. Thank you for viewing live, bro.
Yo, Peter, I found your old Playboys. Now, one thing about this movie that's very apparent very quickly is that they're trying to cram so much in here. Like, I haven't read this book, so I guess I don't really know how it compares. But, like, they suddenly get back to Narnia. They get their old stuff back. 4 seconds later, they see a boat trying to throw a dwarf overboard, and they just, like, save him because they do, I guess.
Honestly, we need to bring back movies, like real talk, we need to bring back movies where it was just all all about fantasy, bro. Real talk. You know, like movies like The Jungle Book, bro. Like, I know that was animated, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like, movies about The Jungle Book and stuff like that. Like, that is so peak. Just thinking about, like, just having movies where it's all about fantasy and nothing really, like, makes sense. You know what I mean? Movies like that. So, it's so tough. In my opinion. What is going on with the frame drops, though? Delayed 2 seconds. So the delay is worse now. We're climbing back up. Hopefully we're chilling.
Drop him!
Rose, Brooklyn.
Ah, damn.
Oh, look at that. It's Peter Dinklage, happy to be playing a dwarf in a fantasy movie. I was very cautious to a fault, says Dinklage. I thought somebody my size...
Oh, shit. Oh, no Gucci.
In a fantasy movie? The older I get, hopefully the more open-minded I am about things like that, meaning playing a dwarf in a fantasy movie. And then we skip ahead to 2022, and Disney better not be putting no dwarves in this movie about dwarves, okay? I swear to God. But anyway, so they pulled the dwarf out of the...
Niggas is so soft now. Like, damn. You can't say anything. You can't get away with anything now.
Water, and he's like, humans are dumb. And then they challenge him to a sword fight and like beat the crap out of him. And then he's like, oh, you're like special British white kids. See, I thought you were just here to like destabilize the region and take our spices that you'll never use, or maybe find some gifts for the Royal Museum. You know what I'm saying?
It's so still.
What?
The trees. What'd you expect?
I think I found the perfect setup.
They used to dance. How could Aslan have let this happen?
Aslan. Thought he abandoned us when you lot did.
We didn't mean to leave, you know.
Makes no difference now, does it?
Get us to the Narnians.
So way back in time, after they accidentally left Narnia, Aslan also left, and basically all the magic went away, the animals forgot how to talk, Elphaba sang a crazy song, it was a heck of a time.
What?
See, over time, water erodes the Earth's soil, causing decomposition.
Oh, shut up.
There's just so much vitriol there.
Right.
You okay, Peter? Yeah, you know, Peter, water erodes stuff over time, so like this river probably used to... Shut the fuck! Anyway, so the kid's in this dwarf guy who's named Trumpkin. Very unfortunate name in 2025.
Yeah,
if only C.S. Lewis had known. Okay, so this is Trumpkin and his brother Obamatron. Anyway, so they're looking for where all the Narnians have disappeared to because... Okay, so just like a little history lesson here. These humans are called Telmarines, and they showed up at some point in time and basically took over all of Narnia. And they think that all the Narnians are extinct now. But this dwarf guy might kind of sort of know where some of them are hiding.
I don't remember this way.
That's the problem with girls. Can't carry a map in your heads.
That's because our heads have something in them.
I wish he'd just listened to the DLF in the first place.
DLF?
Dear little friend.
Nah, I think you just called this dude a DILF. Where the heck is this movie going? So Lucy thinks she sees Aslan in the distance, but no one else saw it, and for some reason, they still don't believe what Lucy says. Oh, Lucy, are you sure you're not just seeing things? My dude, she found Narnia! Show some respect! Now, while this is all happening, we see Prince Cat.
That'll never get old, though. I can't even lie. That'll never get old. Or I feel like directors will always put that in there where it's like one character nobody ever believes, and then they're always right for some fucking reason. I don't know why.
Caspian making friends with the dwarf and badger who took him in back at the beginning of the movie. Now, they didn't kill him because he blew the magic horn, and so they take him to where the Narnians are hiding so they can do it instead.
Show me a list of things the Telmarines have taken.
Oh, freedom! You would hold me accountable for all the crimes of my people.
Accountable?
Damn.
Punishable.
So then he makes a speech where he's like, hey guys, I know you don't trust people like me, but I'm totally not like other girls. And then they instantly change their minds.
I didn't believe in the existence of talking animals, dwarves or centaurs. Strength and numbers that we Telmarines could never have imagined. We have a chance to...
So my brother made a good speech, and everybody was like, okay, all right, he's one of us now, he's one of us.
We'll take back what is ours.
You will lead us. Offer you our sword.
Hell no. you serious?
Wow, I'm so glad we solved all that in 4 seconds. So a little after this, the 4 kids run into Caspian in the forest with his new, like, Narnia friends. And, like, this is something you need to know about this movie, is pretty much the entire thing is people randomly, serendipitously running into other people in the forest. That's, like, the entire movie.
Prince Caspian? Yes? And who are you?
Peter!
Hi, King Peter. I believe you called.
Yeah, you know, like I said, they try to cram so much in this movie that important scenes like this are like 3 times shorter than they should be. Like, it's actually pretty hilarious just how fast things happen in this movie. If you've never read the book like me, I mean, this movie barely makes any sense. What are they even doing?
That's what my teacher was saying. We were watching the first one, and he's like, this is the only good one. The second, and third one is like, they just try to cram in. And I don't know why movies do that, bro. Is it really that hard to make a good sequel or just a good adaptation from a book to a movie? Is it really that hard, bro? All you gotta do is get important parts and film them scene by scene. Maybe, yes, take out some of the parts that don't make sense, or take out the parts that don't matter and edit some of the things. But other than that, my brother, you should not be shortening scenes that are important.
And why? Who can say?
I thought you'd be older. What if you like? We could come back in a few years. No, that's all right. You're not exactly what I expected.
But okay, so here's the setup for the movie, kind of, sort of, now that they're all friends together. So, Prince Caspian knows that his uncle's trying to assassinate him, which is, like, kind of a bummer. So he blew that horn, which used to be Susan's horn back in the first movie. You know how Santa Claus was like, if you use this, help will always come when you need it. Which Susan's really gonna need if she goes back to England again. Well, you're even prettier than your Tinder pics. Oh, thanks. So, tell me about yourself. I haven't used in over 5 years. Oh, wow, that's a first date conversation. Yeah, I just knew I had to stop, because, like, who knows what kind of chemicals the government's putting in our toilet paper these days. I'm 5 years wipe-free this December. Oh. So, Caspian wants the help of the Narnians to overthrow his evil uncle because his uncle will never stop until Caspian's dead. And he also thinks it's kind of lame that his people drove out the Narnians from their homeland and, like, took over, you know? C.S. Lewis is British, by the way, ironically. So they come up with a plan to storm the castle and stuff.
Come on. Come on.
Why was he so quiet?
But it doesn't quite go their way, and they have to escape with the help of the most insanely cheeked-up Minotaur you've ever seen. You marched into battle with all that? Dude looks like a thumb from Spy Kids. This movie's gonna make me act up. And so they narrowly escape.
Sorry, chat. I had to take a break because that was just. It was Lord have mercy.
With their lives, and they make it all the way back to home base to be greeted by the hottest centaur girl of all time.
Don't make me leave again. Don't make me leave again. Oh, shiznit. Don't make me leave again, bro. I treat my money, government. She says they won't be satisfied till all my niggas get it. Hold on, let me just turn off my thing.
You know, we all poke fun at girls who read romance books about like werewolf guys or taken by the monster dude or whatever, but like flip this around? Trampled by that one centaur girl from Prince Caspian? I'll buy a Kindle just for that. Anyway, so times are getting tough. They lost a lot of Narnians and they know Caspian's evil uncle will counterattack at any moment. And we know this guy's evil because he has a Mediterranean accent. But anyway, seeing an opportunity, some of the Narnians hatch a plan to kinda sorta trick Prince Caspian into resurrecting Jadis, aka the White Witch. Cause she's powerful and stuff, right? She'll totally be on our side, no strings attached, right guys?
Get away from him!
Peter, dear. I've missed you. Come, just one drop.
What?
What did she just say? Hell no, bro. What the fuck, man? Who invited this guy? Get your ass on, man. You don't get your goddamn ugly up.
No, come on, guys. What did I say last time? What did we all learn?
Never trust a white lady with dreadlocks.
Yes, thank you, class. But don't worry, Edmund
That's
steps in to
crazy.
save the day.
I'm just wondering.
Ha! Yeah, that's for convincing an entire generation of kids that Turkish Delight's actually good. Like I said, so much stuff happens in this movie so fast. But okay, so eventually the Telmarine army does indeed march on these ruins where the Narnians are like hanging out, and they devise a plan where Lucy and Susan are gonna ride off into the forest and try and find Aslan. Because like I said, Lucy keeps seeing him in like visions and stuff, and while that's happening, Peter's gonna duel the evil king dude guy one-on-one.
I hope you won't be too disappointed. I survive.
So, Peter ends up winning, but of course he doesn't finish him off and instead gives the sword to Caspian, who also doesn't finish him off because, you know, moral virtue, taking the high road, whatever.
Maybe you do have the makings of a Telmarine king, after all.
Ah, hell no, chat.
Not one like you.
But then the king's generals kill him instead and make it look like the Narnians broke the rules by shooting him with an arrow, and then this happens.
They shot him! They murdered our king! Peter!
Hold on. Wait. So we just had this entire thing about
So you cool with killing around, motherfucker, but you're not cool with
how they aren't gonna kill the king guy because we're not like you or whatever, right? And then 3 seconds later, Peter just cuts this dude's head right off. Like, what was all this about then? And so the Telmarine army attacks, and there's like way more of them than Narnians, so things don't look so good.
That makes me even look worse. Worst game ever.
See, this is why back in the first movie, you should have asked Santa Claus for a machine gun. Now, while this is all happening, guess what Lucy does? She finds Aslan in the middle of a forest. Like I've been saying, this entire movie takes place in like 100 square foot forest where everyone just runs into each other constantly. Actually, Alex, it's kind of the point because Aslan is guiding everything in Narnia behind the scenes. It's actually part of the whole Christian metaphor. Yes, I know. It was just a joke, thank you.
I knew it was you. The whole time, I knew it. But the others didn't believe me. They need your help.
Of course. I think your friends have slept long enough, don't you?
Yeah, well, you know, that's what happens when everyone's on like 4 different SSRIs now. And so, just when it looks like our main characters are gonna lose the war, they don't. Haha, plot twist. Okay, I lived in Japan for 12 years. I know exactly where this is going. And so, the end of the movie. Aslan and Lucy show up and she heroically draws her tiny little knife. Why so small? And then Aslan does his cool Aslan stuff where he like makes the river come to life and destroys everything. And like, you know, people overuse this term sometimes, but this is quite literally Deus Ex Machina, or Deus Ex Leo, I guess. Everything's going bad. We're out of ideas. There's no way we can win. And then literal Jesus himself shows up to save the day. Wow, what crafty ingenuity and problem-solving skills our characters have developed on this journey. But so, in the end, we find out that the Telmarines are actually descended from Spanish pirates, I guess?
Your ancestors were seafaring brigands. Pirates run aground on an island. There they found a cave, a rare chasm that brought them here from their world. The same world as our kings and queens.
And so Aslan offers them the chance to like go back to the Earth world and live their lives there. Because heaven forbid we overcome our differences and intermingle as a society, am I right?
I will go. I will accept the offer.
Because you have spoken first, your future in that world shall be good.
Wait, did bro just burp in their face? What was that? You shall have a good life on the island. Sorry, Coke Zero. But then Peter also decides they should all go back home too. Why? Go back to what? Excel spreadsheets? Slack channels? Teams meetings where you sit there for 45 minutes just so you can say, no, nothing from my end, thanks. Peter, trust me, nothing good happens. It only gets worse. So throughout this movie, Susan has kind of sort of been having a bit of a buddy romance with Prince Caspian.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Maybe this time you have this back.
Why don't you hold on to it? You might need to call me again.
But like, come on, Susan. We all know the only reason you're into him is because he kind of looks like Atreyu from Neverending Story, okay? You ain't slick. But then, at the end of the movie, it's time for everyone to say goodbye.
I'm glad I came back.
I wish we had more time together.
We'd never have worked anyway.
Why not?
I am 1,300 years older than you.
Hey, it worked for Edward and Bella, okay? You guys can figure it out too. And so, yeah, Narnia is saved once again, and the kids go back to the normal, boring world and just live their lives somehow. And I assume Peter spends the rest of his days in the corner of an old pub just yelling to himself, yeah, whatever, you're like not even hot. You ever been with a centaur chick? Okay, let me now that's a birthday present right there. But yeah, you know, as cool as I think Narnia is as a concept, you can definitely tell that this movie did not know where it was trying to go. Like, I know it's a difficult balancing act to figure out like what to put in the movie and what to leave out or whatever, but like, man, they tried to cram so much in here. And like I said, as someone who hasn't read the book, this movie doesn't really make a whole lot of sense sometimes. A bunch of stuff happens, barely any idea why. It just kind of does. I will say though, this movie looks incredible. The costumes, the armor, the CG is better than what we have now sometimes, you know? In fact, that Rings of Power show literally had $1 billion budget, and it didn't even look half as good as this movie from 2008. But despite making like double its budget back, Disney thought the movie was a flop, and they didn't distribute the third movie, which was instead owned by Fox, which is now owned by Disney, so nothing means anything anymore. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, please watch another one, because that's how the algorithm works. So click on this one that's being recommended to you right now, right here on the screen. It actually helps a lot if you do that, because like that's how YouTube knows that my videos are worth caring about.
Alright, chat. These are the next videos. Hold on. Give me a minute. chat. Is it still laggy? Is it still laggy? If it's still laggy, then I don't know what to do, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. But yeah. Ah, shiznit. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. If it keeps acting up like this, I was gonna go for like another 2 hours, but if it keeps acting up like this, I might have to just end stream because I just can't do it with the bad internet. And it's obviously making motherfuckers want to leave, and it's just, I'm getting very discouraged, and yeah. So, I'll see y'all later. You know, stay blessed. Love yourself. And don't be a dickhead. I'm out.